big time player over at VFW Spring Lake Park, has 229,000 points on the season. Nice job, Dugout, able to finish out in second place. But in first, a huge riser coming from outside of the standings even. It's Jake over at Julie's Bar and Grill, just doing the unthinkable. Now has 270,000 points on the standings. Just insane stuff from Jake. Nice job to you. Maybe we can see another night of dominance from him and just continue to shoot up a little bit. But we are now moving on to the location standings. But before I do, we got some nice prizes to get into on this game. The mega jackpot is coming up pretty close. That major jackpot is up next at 54 balls or less to win, over $6,000 on that one. The minor jackpot is not available on this game. If you get that at 52 balls, you'll just take away the major jackpot. But the must go is really what we're looking at right now. It's at $204.30, looking like a nice prize. There, yep, we are moving on to the must go officially now. The mega, major, and minor all getting bigger and better into the next game. But of course, we do have those locations to get into. Starting it off in 10th place for the PGL, it's Flintstones Lounge in Clearwater with 472,000 points, dropping down from 6th place. But we do have Maddie over at Eagles Albert Lee taking away the must go of $204. Nice job to you, Maddie. That is a huge prize to take away on this game. But of course, before I go further into these location standings, I'm going to make you guys wait until we get back from this next commercial break. We'll be back pretty soon. See you guys in a second.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous Days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby!
Really cool seeing John Kriesel. Really cool listening to him talking his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching.
Cocktails, t-shirts.
Drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
That's a bonus.
Hey guys, we're back in action for this next game of Game Day Bingo. We got a lot of nice prizes on this game. That mega jackpot is at $39,801 and 48 balls or less to win. That major jackpot is over $6,540 and 54 balls or less to win. And the minor jackpot is over $411 and 58 balls or less to win. All with the must-go laying in the back at $104. All of the prizes are looking really good, so definitely trying to get a win on this one. But I was talking about some PGL standings when I left off, and we got through all the players, so nice job to everybody in the top 10 on there. But we do have to get through those locations as well. So let's take a look on who is the top 10 best locations in Minnesota. In 10th place, falling down from 6th last week, it was Flintstones Lounge over at Clearwater with $472,000. Not dollars, points. In 9th place, coming from outside of the standings, we got Shortstop and Fridley with 544,000 points. In 8th place, coming from outside of the standings too, we got Eagles in Austin with 567,000 points. In 7th place, falling from 5th, we got Municipal Liquor Store in Millerville with 568,000 points. In 6th place, dropping in from 10th, really nice rise for VFW Spring Lake Park. They got 586,000 points. In 5th place, coming from outside of the standings, it's PJ's Supper Club in Avon with 604,000 points. In 4th place, we got the Alibi of Gilbert with 724,000 points. In 3rd place, falling from 2nd, we got White Bear Bar in White Bear Lake with 774,000 points. And speaking of bears, we got Cubby Bear 1 over at Eagles St. James with, taking away $104. Nice job to you, Cubby Bear 1. But next game, it's going to be crazy. That minor jackpot is now clicking up to 60 balls or less to win. I mean, that's pretty hard to kind of pass up. I feel like we usually do we usually get the prize at 60 or less. So keep that in mind. That minor jackpot is over $500 now, looking like it's going to be won this upcoming game. And if it doesn't go out this game, I mean, it just goes straight up to 62 balls or less to win, which at that point, like, how do you even miss out on that one? But get enrolled within this next 2 minutes into the next game of Game Day Bingo, because we got a lot of really nice jackpots to get at. I mean, look at the minor, look at the major, the mega jackpot too. All 3 of them looking really good, and you already know the must-go is going to be good too. So even if you don't hit on the minor, major, or mega, which, I mean, if you go past the minor, that's crazy, but you will still get a really good must-go prize too. So, just saying. But I will make my way through the rest of the top 3 of these location standings. In second place now, ahead of White Bear Bar, we got in second place, falling from first, Beers Tube Hastings with 863,000 points, making them less than 1,000 points behind first place. And they got into first place from third yesterday. Nice job to Eagles and Albert Lee. They got 864,000 points now, solidifying first place just a tiny bit. But we're going to have to see how tonight goes, because they're, virtually in a tie with second right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how tonight goes for Beers Tube and Hastings and Eagles Albert Lee. But in the meantime, only a minute away from getting into this next game of Game Day Bingo, and we got a little bit of Minnesota Wild news to get into. It's some pretty good news at the same time. We are now 25-14-4 on the season, and the Washington Capitals fell to the Minnesota Wild by a score of 4-2 Tuesday night at Capital One Arena. Great, love to see it. I mean, just every W we add to the column, I'm thankful. I'm thinking about it. So awesome stuff to see. But I didn't quite see the game, so I'm not sure who really went crazy or not. So let's take a look. Minnesota Wild against Washington Capitals, making them a little bit worse. Let's see who was getting on the goal. Jared Spurgeon, 2 goals for him, 2 assists for Connor Dewar. Jonas Broden got a goal in as well on his only shot of the night. Nice job, dude. That's awesome. Matt Dumba doing pretty good too. He had 1 assist. Joel Eriksson Ek had 1 goal on 2 shots. That's pretty efficient. Nice job. Frederick Gaudreau, he had 1 assist. Awesome. Ryan Reeves had an assist as well. Hey, looking good. And Philip Gustafsson playing good too. He had 2 goals allowed on 36 shots on goal. I mean, that's pretty decent. 94% saving percentage. Can't really ask for much better. And you can't ask for much better than the offense too, able to produce on a night where the goalie's able to produce too. But yeah, other than that, I mean, not too much happening in the game. It looks like we just had a decent game against them, able to stop them, and have obviously put more pucks in the goal. Other than that, though, Matt Dumba, what? As Wild keep winning, Matt Dumba knows his days in Minnesota could be nearing an end. What? I thought we just signed. Was that somebody else we signed? Matt Dumba. Let me see. I thought we just signed somebody to a 7-year deal. Was that not Matt Dumba? It was Matt Boldy, wasn't it? Hold on. I got to get to the bottom of this. Who was it? Matt Boldy. It was Matt Boldy. I was about to say, we signed one of those Matts. Oh my God, I can't believe I got those 2 mixed up. That's so funny. Okay, so no, yeah, Matt Dumba. Apparently Matt Dumba knows his days in Minnesota could be nearing the end. So that's interesting. That is really interesting. Apparently there's a lot going on, depending on a trade this season could even be the case. Wow. Okay. That's actually really interesting stuff. Well, that's going to be interesting to see how that ends up shaping our season, or maybe even off season a little bit. But before we go further on about that, we do have a big winner, Irene, over at VFW Lake City, taking $599 at 56 balls. That is less than $1 below an official jackpot. That's going straight to Irene's pockets. Nice job to you. That's crazy. That is really, hey, that is a nice minor jackpot to take away. That's really close to an official jackpot, though. But of course, nice job to Irene. And good news for everybody else. because that must-go is moving on into the next game, getting bigger and better than before. So keep that in mind, only a couple minutes away from getting enrolled, and as we are doing that, you guys know we have another game going on in this Minnesota Wild season, and that game is happening against the Hurricanes, and let me see when that is happening exactly against the Hurricanes. It's happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central Time. So yeah, that'll be a pretty fun one. I'm pretty sure the Hurricanes are doing good this season. Let's see. Yeah, no, they're doing really good this season. They're on top of the Metropolitan Division. Yeah, looking pretty good. But hopefully, I mean, that would bode really well for us if we could get a W in against them. I mean, I would love to be able to beat one of the best teams. And I think this Minnesota Wild team is more than capable of doing so. So hopefully we can see that happen as we are charging on through this season of the Minnesota Wild. But so tune in for that game tomorrow against the Hurricanes. It's going to be a good one. But as you guys know, we here at Pilot Games have teamed up with the Minnesota Wild. You can play the E-Tab game we teamed up with them for. Let's Go Wild today at your favorite Minnesota bar. Definitely check in and try that one out and let us know if you like it, and we will be more than happy to send you out a little bit of Pilot Games luck if you do check in. But we are now only a minute away from getting into this next game of Game Day Bingo, and in the meantime, we do have a little reminder that when you are playing Pilot Games, share those pictures with us. We love to get those pictures and see your guys' smiling faces, whether it's winning a huge jackpot or just playing with your friends and family and having a good time. Either way, send it in. We'll show it off on the broadcast like this, or we can also show it off like this. I'm not sure who we have slotted up right now. Let's take a look. It might be the same player that we had. It might have been Rocks. So let's take a look at who we got going on. Yep, it is Rocks from the bar, which is Rocks at Cabin Bar winning, and they were winning a lot yesterday. So I mean, doing pretty good. Nice to see it. Love to see it. Rocks, part of Jim Rocks, winning some nice prizes yesterday. But we love to get all sorts of player pictures from you guys and show them off. So definitely keep sending them. We do love getting them. But you can share any pictures by doing so on Facebook. You can either post it with the hashtag Pilot Games, or you can just send it to us directly on the messenger on Facebook, or you can email them to us directly at jackpots@pilotgames.com. Either of those ways are good routes to send them, so definitely do so, and we'll be more than happy to plop them right on the broadcast. But of course, we do have a little bit of Vikings news to get into. I mean, it's news, but it's sucky news. We ended the season 13-4 in the regular season. It was a great regular season. I mean, there was very little downs and a whole lot of ups. You know what I mean? Justin Jefferson had another historic receiving season. Kirk Cousins, he had a Kirk Cousins season. He did good. Statistically, he did really good. Let's see what else. Dalvin Cook was surprising. He didn't have a great season, but he did what he needed to do, and he won us games as well. I think getting TJ Hawkinson, that was huge. It was a really nice development later on in the season. Our defense, I'm going to be honest, it was a nice season to kind of realize our offense is next level to a certain extent, but our defense really is holding us back. So I think that was kind of something important to be exposed about us. I'm glad that it happened. But we still did have some highlights on the defense. Patrick Peterson was having yet another career year this late in his career. Dalvin Tomlinson was doing good in the games he was playing. Danielle Hunter and Danielle Hunter and Zadarius Smith, they were both a great linebacker duo. I mean, the switch worked for both of them. They were both doing really well. But before we go further on about the Vikings and this somewhat disappointing end to the season, we do have a couple players to congratulate because they just got a huge prize. We got Sydney over at Maynards of Excelsior and Kitty over at Shady's Railside and Rice. Both of them splitting up $263. Nice job to you two. I mean, $130. That is a nice prize to get split. So nice job to you guys able to split that one up. But we do have whatchamacallit, we were talking about Viking stuff, and yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate. Oh, man, but I'll talk a little bit more about the Vikings when we get back after this quick commercial break. I will be back to talk a little bit more about it soon.
There it is. 53 balls.
at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous Days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skull, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Creasel. Really cool listening to him talk and his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson!
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts.
Drink and eat and be with.
Hey guys, and we are getting right into this next game of Game Day Bingo. We are rolling on in with that mega jackpot, over $40,000 now, and that is officially clicked up to 49 balls or less to win. That major jackpot is now at $7 grand and 54 balls or less to win. That minor jackpot is at over $380 and 56 balls or less to win. And the must go is looking really good, over $100 right now. So definitely get your winning face on, do what you got to do, and get one of these nice prizes. But when I left off, we were talking a little bit about the Vikings, and I have a little blurb that we can get into about it. So let's take a look at what Ed Donatel had to say. So Ed Donatel believed this would be the week the Vikings defense stepped up. At least that is what he told the reporters. He said, quote, "This is our time to shine," the veteran defensive coordinator said on Thursday. "I think you'll like the way we play." Whether Donatel truly believed it would happen, maybe he thought his players needed a public vote of confidence, or he was attempting to manifest a strong performance like Patrick Peterson predicting an interception, his comments kind of backfired on him a little bit. Donatel's estimation did not come even close to becoming reality during the Vikings' disappointing home playoff loss against the Giants. Kirk Cousins throwing short of the sticks on the game's decisive fourth down will be one of the lasting memories from the loss, sure, but Cousins was far from the problem on Sunday. You look at the whole game, and he did play pretty well. The Vikings' biggest issue was its defense. It struggled for the majority of the season, and it was abysmal once again. It kind of sucked to see. As the team heads into what should be a fascinating offseason, it's a safe bet that major changes are going to be coming on that side of the ball. And, you just have to think, we need a game changer coming into this defense, whether it's coaching, whether it's superstardom, something has got to change. But before I go further on, we do have Roby over at Shady's Railside and Rice taking away $108 on that must-go. Nice job to you, Roby. But yeah, it's just something has got to change. We got to switch something up. I'm not sure what they're going to do yet, but, I feel like we shouldn't be too worried about it. I think that they are going to switch it up a pretty good amount, considering how bad it's been the past couple of years. But Kevin O'Connell did say this. He had a quote about it. "We'll have to take a long, hard look at every aspect of what we do to make sure we give ourselves the ability to continue to strive to compete at a championship level. And that's what we'll begin working on immediately." And a little bit of facts to throw at you guys, whether you like it or not. The Vikings finished 31st in the league in yards allowed this season. That's insane. We gave up 388.7 yards a game. They allowed over 400 yards 9 different times, including a franchise worst 5-game streak of opponents hitting that 400-yard mark. So it was only fitting that their season did end with 431 yards surrendered to the Giants, 3 weeks after we gave up 445 yards to the very same offense. Oh, man. Just stuff like that. When you put it in perspective, it really is like the offense is great. We have a great offense. We have like one of the most electric offenses in the league. Our defense just really does suck. It's just, there's not more you can say about it, man. It just is what it is. It's going to be interesting, again, it's going to be interesting to see how they fix it and how they switch things up. But I guess everything is going to be starting in the draft. Everything is going to be starting with free agency. Here, let's top NFL free agents, 2023. I don't even know who's going to be a free agent this year in the class. See, I know a lot of good offensive talents. I'm not sure defensively who. I know Roquan Smith already got signed by the Ravens. Jason Hargrave is a big defensive name, but he's a D tackle. I don't think we really need that too badly. I think really, I don't even know. I don't even know what we need. I feel like we have a lot of good defensive pieces. It's just interesting to see how badly that of a defense they formed to be. I don't know. I really don't know. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the safety from the Eagles, he's supposed to be out. James Bradbury, a cornerback from the Eagles, he's great. I would love to have that. Let's see. Darren Payne, D tackle from the Commanders. There's a lot of big names coming out in free agency this year, so hopefully we can get our hands on a couple of them, you know what I mean, and then maybe make a splash in the draft too and just really reform our defense and just make it as different as possible. Because, it doesn't matter what we do, just as long as it's different than what we've been doing, because you can't get much worse than the second worst in the NFL. I guess we can fall to the worst, but it's going to be hard to do that, considering, how much we want to win. So I definitely expecting an improvement on the defense at the least this offseason. But we do have balls rolling around on this game, and we're going to be moving on from the Vikings news. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but as you guys know, we have teamed up with the Minnesota Vikings for the E-Tab game and a few other games too. But the E-Tab game is called Vikings Victory. You can pick out a letter in that skull bonus and win some big prizes. So definitely check it out. Let us know what you think. We love hearing from you guys about all of the games that we got going on here. But in the meantime, while you are getting ready for the next game, we have some prizes coming up. So while you're kind of bracing yourself for the jackpots approaching, we got some Skull Bingo standings to get into. You guys can earn points for Skull Bingo every night from 6 to 10 when Skull Bingo's running. So pretty simple. But we got some pretty good players to get into. And starting it off in 9th place, we got Chad over at Trail Stop Tavern. Up next in 8th place, it's Brody over at American Legion Moorhead. In 7th place, we got Basie Blings over at Muddy Cow Brooklyn Park. 6th place is Kool-Aid over at Carboni's Pizza, CR Billiards. 5th place is Sambo over at Beers Tube Hastings. 4th place is Boots over at Trebek's Bar and Grill. 3rd place is Brother Nate over at Chart House. 2nd place is Jelly over at American Legion Stillwater. And 1st place is Tanya over at JR Mac. But we got a minor jackpot winner going out to Travelers over at Whistle Stop in Lonsdale, taking away $559 on that minor jackpot, exactly at 58 balls. Congrats to Travelers. That's a really nice jackpot to take away on this game. But while Travelers took home a really nice prize, that must go is still out there. Over $100 for sure. It's going to be getting way bigger and way better into this next game. And not only that, but the major jackpot is at 56 balls or less to win. We got to get the last 2 chances at that. We got 2 more chances of game day bingo until we play a couple more games during Wild Wednesday. So keep in mind, if we don't give out this major jackpot, or even the mega jackpot too, which just clicked up as well, if we don't give out either of those, you're going to be getting another 2 chances at it tonight during Wild Wednesday. So definitely keep that in mind. But We only got about a minute and a half until we get into this next game of Game Day Bingo. In the meantime, I'll read off the locations of the top 10s of Skull Bingo. So let's get right into it. Starting it off in 10th place, we got the Bar and Grill starting things off. In 9th place, we got Trail Stop Tavern. In 8th place, it's VFW Dilworth. 7th place is Danny's Dugout. 6th place is American Legion Moorhead. 5th place is Benton Station. 4th is Carboni's Pizza, CR Billiards. 2nd is a two-way tie between American Legion Stillwater and Trebek's Bar and Grill. And in first place right now, it is J.R. Mack, doing really good on the season. Nice job to everybody in the top 10 of the locations and the players of the Skull Bingo standings. But we do have some celebrity birthdays to get into, and we got some pretty good ones too. Starting it off, it's a name that I have not been able to pronounce all broadcast, and it's 1779, Peter Mark Roget, or Roget, Roget. I have no idea. He's a British lexicographer known for Roget's Thesaurus, and he is an inventor known for the slide rule and the pocket chessboard. Okay, come on, Peter. Those are some pretty useless inventions. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I know what is a ruler. Is that what he's talking about? The slide rule? Okay, that might be a pretty useful one, to be honest. The slide rule. No, it's not even a cool one. It's just like sliding it across the ruler. That would have been invented anyways. Come on, Peter. Get your game up. I mean, it's cool that he did the thesaurus, though. That's a cool one. That's probably why he's more known for that. But pocket chessboard, you can do better, Peter. Come on now. Well, hey, happy birthday anyways, though. I'm sure, yeah, I hope you have a good birthday wherever you're at. 1779 he was born, by the way. But up next, we got in 1882, A.A. Milne, English author of the Winnie the Pooh books. Really cool stuff. We were talking about him earlier. Happy birthday to him. Up next in 1892, we got Oliver Hardy, an American comic actor known for Laurel and Hardy. Really cool stuff. Happy birthday. Oh, man, this one's awesome. Okay. Born in 1955, we got Kevin Costner on the rack. He is an American actor known for being in Fandango, Silverado, Bull Durham, Yellowstone, The Bodyguard with Whitney Houston, just so many other things. I mean, Kevin Costner is great. Come on. The Bodyguard was really good with him, too. Waterworld, come on. If you haven't seen Waterworld, what are you doing? They even referenced it on Bob's Burgers. I'm just saying. Kevin Costner. Let's see some other great movies he was in. I gotta say, Kevin Costner is just a great. I love Kevin Costner. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's awesome. Every movie I see him in, I'm like, wow, Kevin Costner did such a great job. I mean, he was Robin Hood in Prince of Thieves. Field of Dreams, that was another really big one. Let's see. The Highwaymen, that was a recent movie. That was pretty good. Let's see. Again, The Bodyguard with Whitney. That was really crazy. Let's see. I'm not like I gotta say, The Bodyguard as a movie, you kind of have to argue like it might have the best soundtrack of all time. You know what I mean? Like just based off of how successful it was, it's hard. Because it was basically just a Whitney Houston album. You know what I mean? Which is like, that is hard to contest with, especially when you're talking about like theatrical soundtrack. I'm just saying it is up there for sure. But we do have a winner. It is none other than 1308 over at Chart House in Lakeville, taking away $291. Nice job to you, 1308. But yeah, Bodyguard, really good. That might be on Netflix. Oh, it's not on Netflix anymore. But you can rent it. It's a good movie. Has Kevin Costner in it. Happy birthday to Kevin Costner. But up next, we do have some more celebrity birthdays to get into. In 1964, Jane Horrocks was born. I think that's right. She's a British actress known for Little Voice, Corpse Bride, and she was an Absolutely Fabulous. What? Wait, hold on. That has to be? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, Absolutely Fabulous. She was in that. Whatchamacallit? That was like one of my mom's like favorite shows. Absolutely Fabulous is like so funny. It is hilarious, to be honest. As Jennifer Saunders in it, who's pretty big. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. Happy birthday to Jane Horrocks. And she played Bubble in Absolutely Fabulous. That's pretty cool. She was also in Corpse Bride, so she must have been the mom or something like that. That's pretty cool. Happy birthday. Up next, though, we do got another pretty big actor. It is Jesse L. Martin, who was born in 1969. He was known for Rent and The Flash. Cool. Okay, I don't know who he was in either of those. I was forced to see part of Rent. I didn't even know what it was before I watched. This dude is awesome. I love this dude. He's one of my favorite actors. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know who he plays in Rent, but I know in The Flash he plays whatchamacallit, The Flash, his like main love interest's like father, and he is such a great character. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Jesse L. Martin. If I ever see him in anything, I'm always like, oh man, it's him. I love him. So yeah, that's a good actor. A good birthday on this day. Happy birthday to you. Up next, though, we got another one coming in. 1980, Jason Segel. Yes, Jason Segel was born. He's an American actor known for How I Met Your Mother, Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He was in Freaks and Geeks as well. And he's been in a variety of things. I'm like, oh my gosh. Let's take a look. Jason Segel. Yeah, just look up him and some of the movies he was in. Let's see. Yeah, Forgetting Sarah Marshall, How I Met Your Mother. Those are probably the biggest two. He was in The Muppets, a live adaptation. That was pretty fun. Freaks and Geeks was really funny. He was good in Freaks and Geeks too. But yeah, he's been in a lot of things. I mean, it's Jason Segel. He's been in a lot of random movies. So yeah, happy birthday to Jason Segel. He's turning, how old is it? 43. Turning 43 today. Really cool. Up next, though, in the same year, we had, born in 1980, Julius Peppers, an American football player, played for the Carolina Panthers. And yeah, Julius Peppers, I mean, he's a pretty popular football player. I think he might have came out of UNC or Michigan. I think it was UNC because he went to the Panthers. Here, let me make sure really quick. I got to get this right. College, yeah, North Carolina. He went to North Carolina. So yeah, he's a really good player out of UNC. He was a defensive player, and he was really good. I think the other dude I was thinking about from Michigan was Jabril Peppers, and he's good too. He is also a defensive dude. He's from Michigan, right? Let's see. Hopefully, yeah, University of Michigan. Nice. I got that one. Okay, well, Julius Peppers, we're focusing on him today. It's his birthday. Happy birthday to Julius Peppers. He's a really exciting football player, especially in college. So, really cool stuff going on there. Up next, though, in 1995, we got Leonard Fournette. He's an American NFL player, played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he played for the Jaguars before that. And he's great. He's a really good running back right now. So, definitely really good stuff. Yeah, going on with Leonard Fournette. Yeah, let me see. I know, yeah, he just got knocked out of the playoffs, though, by the Cowboys. I'm not sure how well he did in that game, to be honest. Probably not too well, because they did lose. Oh, yeah, no, they did pretty bad. Man, that's okay. I mean, he is a good running back, though. He is good on his own, for sure. So, yeah, I'm not sure where he's going after this season, but hopefully somewhere, or maybe he can stay with the Bucs, because he's been doing pretty good with them. But happy birthday to Leonard Fournette. Definitely a really cool one. Up next, though, in 1999, we got Karen Brar. He's an American actor known for being a Diary of a Wimpy Kid and Bunked. And let's see who he is. I'm not sure. He might be the kid that didn't like the cheese touch or something like that, or like invented it. Yeah. He was just one of like Greg's like friends in the show. Pretty cool stuff. Happy birthday to Karen Brar. But we do have a couple winners. We got Sydney over at Maynards of Excelsior and Stingray over at Carboni's. Both of them splitting up $138 on this last chance of Game Day Bingo. Up next, we do have another game of Lucky 4 Bingo. It's our last chance at Lucky 4 Bingo for the day. And it is over $72,000 on that jackpot. So I'm just saying, it's a really good chance at a huge jackpot. Don't pass it up. Only 2 minutes away from getting enrolled. But that was all the birthdays today, though. I have to say, probably my favorite's Kevin Costner. That is a great birthday on this day. So happy birthday to you, and happy if it is personally your birthday today. Oh my gosh, just choking on my words. Happy birthday to you if it is your birthday today. Hopefully you guys are celebrating correctly. and getting some drinks and all that good stuff. But we do have a little tidbit about the Timberwolves to get into. It's being meh. It's not great news, to be honest. 22 and 23 on the season. We're being so mediocre. And Walker Kessler had a career night. He had 20 points and 21 rebounds. Jordan Clarkson had a great night too. And the Utah Jazz came from 10 points behind in the fourth quarter to beat the Timberwolves by 1 point on Monday. So it wasn't great. Walker Kessler, we should have just kept him. We should have kept him. We shouldn't have traded for Rudy Gobert. I'm convinced of this now. Walker Kessler is just like the younger version that's like slightly worse. And like really, like if you think about it, like how much worse would Walker Kessler be than Rudy Gobert? Like he's definitely worse at defense, but like how much worse he is at offense? Like Rudy Gobert really does nothing on offense. How much worse would Walker Kessler be? If anything, he does more on offense. Oh my gosh, it stresses me out, man. I just want the Timberwolves to be good. I just want them to be good. That's it. That's all I can wish for. But until then, we do have that game against the Nuggets happening tomorrow at 9 p.m. So we can at least look forward to the next one. Just move past that game that happened. That was terrible. But we have a couple movies that released today that were pretty cool. Back in 2002, Snow Dogs came out. In 2008, Cloverfield came out. That was a pretty big movie. It was kind of creepy at the time. I mean, like I was a little kid when it came out, so but it was good. It was just like aliens and stuff, and it sparked a little series of Cloverfield movies. And then in 2019, Glass came out, and that was the Unbreakable series. That whatchamacallit, Sam Jackson was in it. Oh man, the dude from Die Hard was in it. Bruce Willis. I can't believe I blanked on his name for a second. But Glass, really cool. I didn't actually see it. I'm gonna have to watch it someday. But apparently it was pretty good entry into the series. But we do have players in the league trying to get after that major jackpot. I mean, hey, move past it, but we still got a really good chance to get this mini jackpot. JT3H7. Can he do it? No, moving past it, moving on to the must-go. But that's okay. We got players one ball away, and we do have a great player spotlight to get into because it was Katie this week over at Riverside Inn and Holly taking away a huge jackpot of $7,528. When they won that awesome jackpot, KDD was supporting a great charity, the Holly Firemen's Relief Association. Their mission statement is that firefighters relief associations exist primarily to provide a support system to our firefighters. And it's so true. It's awesome stuff. I mean, supporting firefighters is something that we should be doing a lot more of in our communities and stuff. And it's great charities like that just help them out even more. But we do have a couple winners. We got Skady, Kells, and a few other players too. But taking away a nice must-go on that Lucky 4 bingo. Nice job that you guys able to win on that last game. But we do have another hour of Skull Bingo to get into, so be sure to get up for that. We got a lot of nice prizes to get into. And then we got Wild Wednesday happening from 7 to 9 tonight. So keep that in mind and stick around and try and get some awesome PGL rewards and prizes. But have a nice one, everybody. And remember, whenever you play Pilot games, your community wins. Have a nice one.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, you know, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It's awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
We're at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous Days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Kriesel. Really cool listening to him talk and his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson!
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts.
Drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
Gossip bonus.
G'day, mate. Aloha.
Hello. This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, for good luck or whatever. And
everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It was awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
We're at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous Days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Creasel. Really cool listening to him talk and his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite. I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts. Drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
Gossip bonus.
G'day, mate. Aloha.
Hello.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, you know, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It was awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
Hey guys, and we are here for a wild Wednesday. We do just have 45 seconds to get enrolled into our very first PGL game of tonight. Should be some really great stuff as you guys are getting enrolled. $1,257 of total prizes in this game. Should be some really great stuff as you guys are getting into a little bit of Pride of Minnesota action. The high and low game of tonight, where the best players in the state take home some great cash and the worst players in the state takes home some great cash. But while we're playing those games, we're going to be streaming live to you guys on the Pilot TVs, Player Connect apps, pilotgames.com/PilotTV, YouTube Live, as well as the Twitch app. Our channel name is MegaSota on both YouTube Live and Twitch.
Oh, yeah, and speaking of those shiny new Pilot TVs, we just sent out a bunch to a ton of new locations, and those locations, just getting them installed, are Somewhere Else, Brandon Municipal Liquor, the Foundry Pub, the Bar Hastings, the Tavern of Starbuck, KJ's Refuge, Old Log Cabin, Road Trips Bar, Mapleton Muni, Windmill Bar, Friendly Buffalo, Tootsie's, Trails Grill, Scoops Pub and Grill, Muddy Cow Coon Rapids, Chanticleer Pizza Coon Rapids, Bricks Pub and Grub. We also got American Legion Chaska, Happy Hour Inn, The Corner, Howling Dog Pub, Andy's Bar and Grill, Oldenburg Brewing Company, as well as Lindsay's Barbecue and Grill. Congratulations to all those locations getting those shiny new Pilot TVs. Wish you guys a little bit of extra luck on all this great action we got tonight on this Wild Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely. We're already in that fun action of a Wild Wednesday as we got White Claw in first place. Second place, Towelie, a big-time player out there. We also got, let's see, any other players I recognize. 8th is Goose, just like the name, as well as 9th is Rocky. Two great movie characters right there, as you got Goose from Top Gun Maverick. Wait, no, that's from just Top Gun. And then Rooster is his son's name, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
That's what Miles Teller goes by in the second.
I haven't seen the second one yet.
Oh, okay.
I have still somehow missed
but
that.
Goose
But
is...
yeah,
Goose.
I'm guessing his name would be Rooster then.
Yeah, his name's for sure Rooster then, as I know they're both. It's Goose and Rooster. I just can't remember which one was which. But, yeah, definitely good to see Goose out there. Great character from Top Gun. And then Rocky, obviously. Rocky Balboa out there getting after it. I mean, some of those iconic things. That's what I was just literally watching this video about how that's what the one thing that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is missing from those iconic action stars of the 90s to early 2000s, like the Sylvester Stallones, the Arnold Schwarzenegger, and all those classic. Even who's Die Hard?
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis. Even Bruce Willis has that kind of same thing where they have
old Mel Gibson.
Yeah, they have a bunch of a very good. They're fine roles, and there's a bunch of action movies. Remember from him, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has that. He has a bunch of movies that you're like, oh, those are decent. That was a fun kids movie or whatever it was. Oh, yeah. But he doesn't have that one singular one where he is that character. Yeah, he doesn't have where he's like Rocky Balboa or Rambo, like Sylvester Stallone has. Bruce Willis has Die Hard. You got Terminator for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, yeah. And you got all these other
guys. That's what you think of him as? I always think of Danny DeVito's brother in Twins.
Yes.
That's the only thing I think of him.
That's the only thing. But yeah, they all have those iconic action roles, and that's what The Rock is missing from his, being that iconic action role of the 2010s, 2020s.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
And even John Cena's already got it with Peacemaker.
Yeah, John Cena, if he can keep on going with it and making it really good, I mean, he's definitely going to have an iconic role.
Yeah, which it seems people have already been really liking the show.
Yeah, it's one of the few things that DC has put out and people have been happy with.
Yeah, which, oh man, it's been really since Batman versus Superman on that one.
Yeah, it's really went downhill. Didn't you say that there was somebody that you were watching or something like that literally said if they've ruined Batman versus Superman, because that's such an easy thing to do. It's so, you can't do it bad. It's a hard thing to do bad when you have something so exciting happening in your movie, and someone was like, oh, if they mess this up, then the DC's universe gonna be in shambles for years.
Yeah, it was they said 10 or 15, and it's been just about that.
Yeah,
It's getting closer.
No, that prediction's pretty impressive. We do have still players getting after this game right here. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this one. Ooh. We'll see who can end up taking home a nice prize as Goose is taking over that first place spot. Second place is White Claw. Third place is AJ Tap. Fourth is Emma Pie. Fifth is Wishing. Now let's check out who's in sixth place as we got Wishing getting bumped back to sixth. Seventh is Barry K. In eighth, we got Carmen. And in ninth, we got Huck. We can now check in to see if there are any players in the bottom portion, but it looks like nobody has used up all of their plays just yet to get to, the last place spot.
Oh, yeah. So make sure you guys are using up those plays in those 5 minutes, as you guys got a pretty good amount of time to use them.
Yeah, I mean, last place takes home $154 just like first place, which is always some really, really great stuff.
Oh, yeah. Definitely some great stuff. But we do have a couple jackpots that went out yesterday. We had 2 going out on Tuesday, making us 28 for the rolling week and a total of 75 for all of season 13. And the first one that went out to Susan over at the Busted Nut Bar and Grill, taking home $796. Good job to you, Susan.
Yeah, definitely an awesome one. We talked a little bit about Monsters vs. Aliens the first time this came around.
So good.
As that's probably the first Susan I think of when I think of like cinematic Susans.
Yeah.
The real first Susan I think of is my grandma. But
yeah. Do you also say it like Susan?
I definitely have multiple times to her. Like I mean, it definitely was like a consistent thing throughout our relationship after I watched that movie. Like I was like, and I was like, and then it was kind of like I watched the movie and then I realized that she had another name outside of
grandma.
other than grandma, and then it was like, oh, this is Susan.
Susan.
Yeah, and that was kind of really fun, but definitely a fun one here. Susan getting a nice win there, but definitely a huge fan of Monsters vs. Alien. As what's the casting on that?
I don't remember, other than Seth Rogen being Bob.
Yes, I 100% remember Seth Rogen being Bob, but you got Rob Letterman as the Secret Service agent.
Yeah.
You got Reese Witherspoon as Susan.
Okay.
Rainn Wilson played Galaxar.
Oh.
If I go back and watch it, I'm definitely going to hear that.
Oh, yeah.
Now that I think about it, he totally was. Derek was Paul Rudd.
So
Yes.
that was Susan's husband, right?
Yes.
That
Yes.
attempted. He
Yes,
ran.
exactly. Will Arnett was the missing link.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I totally remember that now. But now I'm just like
hearing his voice.
I'm thinking back on the movie and putting this together.
We got John Krasinski as Cubert.
Oh, okay.
Wait, or is it Cuthbert?
Cuthbert.
Okay. I don't have any idea who that character was.
Stephen Colbert was the president.
Oh, yeah, and honestly, that's very fitting as him playing the synthesizer up top.
For sure.
That was the funniest scene.
It looks like they designed the character after him and then just like
let him be.
Made him like a little bit more comical. But that's super funny. And Huge Lurie is Dr. Cockroach.
Oh, Jeffrey Tambor's in it too?
Yeah, you got Amy Poehler, Ed Helms, Jeffrey, Tambor.
That is quite the cast. Actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Jimmy Kimmel's in it?
Yeah, just a huge cast in this one.
Wait. Jimmy Kimmel plays Insectosaurus, which is that massive caterpillar?
He plays Insectosaurus. I feel like that's just for funny. Like, that's got to be just a joke, like, kind of thing. Maybe he makes the noises for it, but that would be
great.
I'd crack up to see that. We do have 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this game, though. We got White Claw in first place. We'll see how long they can hold on to it, as $154 is available in that game. We got Goose still with some plays left and a bunch of other players trying to compete to move up there. A bunch of our other players have finished off as 6th place Ethical Sin, 7th place Rich, 8th place Emma Pie, and 9th place Huck are all done with their plays. And we'll see as right now Bergar is in last place. We'll see if they can hold on to it as more players finish up those plays and move themselves somewhere in those last place rankings.
Oh, yeah, you guys have just a minute to do so make sure you guys are using up all those plays. But, yeah, we were just talking about Monsters vs. Aliens and the great cast that it had, and it really was probably one of the best movies that come out.
Do you have a favorite animated movie from that time frame of animated movies?
So like that, like 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
It might actually have to be Monsters vs. Aliens.
Yeah, that one's definitely up there.
Didn't Bolt come out around the same time?
Yeah, Bolt came out at the same time.
I remember being like, oh, it's got I can't think of his name right now. Literally in Pulp Fiction. Grease. Okay. Why? John Travolta.
John Travolta.
Right as you looked it up,
Oh my
too,
gosh,
I was
that's
like, oh,
so
man.
funny.
But yeah, I thought it was interesting with him voicing the dog.
Yes, that was definitely an interesting one. It wasn't my favorite, but what my brothers, I think my littlest brother, really enjoyed it, and then me and Ben, we enjoyed it as well, but not nearly as to the extent of my youngest brother.
Yeah, it was pretty fun though.
Yeah, it definitely was a fun little animated movie. I definitely put Monsters vs. Aliens, Megamind above Bolt. Those
might
two
have to
for
be
sure.
Megamind.
Megamind's up there. I love
Megamind's so good.
Yeah, as well as Jordy always likes to refer to my dad being Metro Man. But he's retired. How haven't I seen that? It's glorious. I'm surprised you haven't. We do have a winner in this game, though. We have White Claw over at American Legion North Mankato, taking home $154 in that one. Good job, White Claw. We'll get the rest of that top 10 and some of those bottom losers for you guys in just a little bit, as the bottom losers were taking home some good cash. The big winners were taking home good cash. And now we'll be getting enrolled into our next PGL game, which will be a little bit of, let's see, Blingo Bingo. Definitely a fun game. Love a little Blingo Bingo action. And we'll be just got 4 minutes and 10 seconds to get enrolled into this one. But good job, Susan, getting signed up. Not getting signed up, winning the jackpot, $796. Next up on our jackpot list, we have Not Bob over at the Red Fox Tavern, taking home $846. During the lunchtime broadcast, we had a little conversation about how the doctor in What About Bob was not wrong.
No,
how
he was not.
He was completely in the right to trying to kick Bob out, but the rest of the family's crazy and have way too big of hearts.
Yeah.
And
you see that a lot of the time in those kids shows.
Oh, for
Or to be
sure.
something crazy. Let's be honest. A dog should not be able to be on a basketball team. Airbud,
yes.
Yeah, technically just because it's not in the rules doesn't mean it can happen.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, yeah, you know, it's not in the rule book that you can't have a battering ram on the field. It's like, okay, hold on now.
Let's stop this. Let's not have this happen. But yeah, What About Bob? I was completely, now watching it as a grown adult, I'm like, I'm on Dr. Leo Marvin's side.
And where did he end up?
And he ends up in the psych ward.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Good old Bob, though. It's a really funny movie, really sweet. I really enjoy Julie Haggerty is a really she's a sweet actress.
Oh yeah.
What else is she in? She because I know her from other things other than What About Bob? Oh, the Airplane series, definitely know. And apparently she's in the new A Christmas Story. Christmas.
Oh, interesting. She's also in that one Ryan Reynolds movie, Just Friends.
Oh, okay, yes, that's another big one.
I don't understand how he was the protagonist at all.
Oh, yeah. Instant Family, that's a good one. I enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, that was definitely a good one.
Have you seen that with Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah, it's the one where they go to adopt this one kid and it turned out that they're getting a whole package deal.
I watched it and I went into it, being like, oh, I'm watching Mark Wahlberg, everything like that. I came out of the movie and I was like, tears bubbling up in my eyes and stuff like that. And I was like, dang, this movie got to me.
It's like, how was it Mark Wahlberg, man?
Yeah. I was like, it's honestly probably one of my favorite Mark Wahlberg roles he's ever done.
Oh yeah, it just felt like not right because I was like, someone from something called The Funky Bunch shouldn't be making me almost cry right now.
Exactly. But yeah, talking about the cast from What About Bob and Julie Haggerty.
Oh yeah.
But good old Bill Murray did great in it. Absolutely killed it. And good job, Not Bob, getting the win, which you're not Bob, so that's okay.
Yeah.
And so you won't have Dr. Leo Marvin after you.
Which is definitely a good thing.
Yes. As he, I agreed with him up to an extent in the movie, as he did go off he went, past a line that I would have never crossed.
Yeah, he did. He kind of went a little crazy.
Yeah, exactly. As
maybe not deserving of the psych ward.
I mean, imagine getting gaslit for an entire weekend about how you're being a terrible human being for being like, I want a relaxing like weekend away from work, and and everyone's like, you're horrible.
Yeah, you are ruining our time.
Exactly. It would drive a lot of people crazy.
Oh yeah, especially in something like that. If you think about it, it's like not only are you paying for a house, this is a lake house. This is like a vacation property you're paying for.
Exactly. I feel bad for Dr. Leo Marvin.
Yeah.
But definitely a fun movie. What about Bob? And good job. Not Bob. We do have a new eTab game we need to highlight, as it is going to be hitting your iPads tomorrow. It is called Lucky Star. It's a super fun one. There's actually a preview of that eTab game on our Facebook page. So if you want to get a little bit more details about that, head on over there.
Oh, yeah, and while you guys are there, go give us a like and follow so you guys can stay up to date on everything Pilot Games. You just have to search up Pilot Games and you'll see our logo. That way you'll also be able to see weekly bingo schedules, event details and reminders, big progressives, player pictures, and so much more, like those previews of the eTabs when they're about to release. While you're there, you can also click the website link on our Facebook page to see a link tree that has links to bar locations, all of our social media, and so much more.
Yeah, definitely just great. Everything on that Facebook page can keep you up to date with all things Pilot Games. We do just have 9 minutes, though, and 20 seconds left in this one as you guys are just getting started on your plays. We got Jay Stads in first place as it's getting passed up by P. Truax. One. We'll see if they can hold on to it, as there's a lot of shakeups that happen in the early portions of these games. But we do have a live bingo schedule that we run through pretty much every single day, and you guys can come out tomorrow to take home some really good prizes. We have Game Day Bingo. That's going to be running from 12 all the way till 1 o'clock, and we'll actually be playing 2 final games of Game Day Bingo with you guys during this Wild Wednesday, and you'll be able to see where those prizes are going to be leaving off at for tomorrow, running from 12 to 1. But after that, lunchtime bingo, you get into one game of Lucky 4 bingo at 1 p.m. That's when you get into unhosted Game Day Bingo, running from 1 all the way till 4, where you'll have more opportunities at that mega, major, and minor jackpot. After that, you get into our happy hour bingo, which is definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, that starts off with that second installment of Lucky 4 Bingo right at 4 o'clock, getting a second chance at a massive jackpot. But after that second game of Lucky 4 Bingo, you guys will be getting into some more Game Day Bingo, running from 4 all the way till 6. During those times, you guys go after that same minor, major, and mega will happen to grow and roll from those 1 to 4 times. After those 23 games of Game Day Bingo running from 4 to 6, though, you guys will be getting into some Lucky 4 Bingo right at 6 o'clock. Right after that Lucky 4 Bingo, you guys get into some Skull Bingo, as tomorrow it will be 4 hours uninterrupted, running from 6 all the way till 10 o'clock. During those times, you guys will be going after a line prize you can always take home in 10 balls or less, a large frame prize you can always take home in 43 balls or less, and that coverall prize, no matter what it's at, you guys can always take home in 50 balls or less. But we did have an interruption yesterday, and this interruption today. Yesterday was our MegaSota game night. It starts off for you guys at 6:40, like it does every single Tuesday, with Tony and Nikki taking the helm when you guys through a ton of PGL action, all the way up until their grand finale game of Jackpot Jungle, where in 54 balls or less, you guys can take home $4,564. Definitely one to stick around for. But after that, the very next day, we have our Wild Wednesday, what we're doing right now. It goes on from 7 to 9 every single Wednesday, with me and Ian taking over the really chilly ice studio, when you guys all through all this great PGL action, all the way until our grand finale game, which is going to be 2 games of Game Day Bingo, in case you guys are missing a little bit during these 7 to 9 times.
Yeah, and actually, when we come out to the ice studio, we have to ice skate out here, and it's a real pain because I can't ice skate, and so
really,
yeah,
does that kind of like go hand in hand with like the stick sport?
No, it definitely doesn't. As I've been able to, I can ice skate. I've been able to ice skate at points in my life, but I haven't ice skate.
Is it like the stopping that's the issue?
Oh, yeah, that's 100% part of the issue. I mean, most of my stopping just comes from, running into the railing, and then I just like turn myself and I go the other way, and that's how I did it. But it's definitely one of those things that I just don't do often enough, and so I I was able to ice skate when I was younger, just
Yeah.
like because of like school field trips, going to ice rinks, birthday parties, going to ice rinks and stuff like that.
It was a pretty cheap birthday option, so people did it a lot.
Oh yeah,
And
so
open skates are nice.
Yeah, so then we would do that kind of stuff, and so that I got decent at skating then, and then I tried skating another time, like probably about 5 years after that, in like after a stint of like ice skating consistently around like 8th grade, freshman year of high school.
Yeah.
And I tried, and I couldn't stay up to save myself. Like,
Really?
it was really bad.
Can you
I
rollerblade?
was I can rollerblade A-okay.
Really?
Really, really easily.
It doesn't feel like the same mechanic
It's
at all?
no, I mean that's what I try to do. I mean that's obviously what I go
Like
for.
the little push off.
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
sides
exactly. And that's what I go for. But yeah, I couldn't do it very, very well.
Interesting.
And so then I haven't really done any ice skating since, outside of just skating into the ice studio.
Just say the rental skates weren't sharp.
Have you? So you obviously know how to ice skate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If you put a tutu on me, I could do like the spin and all that. I'm like a figure
Can you?
skating. No,
Can you
no,
do
no.
it? Like
I
I'm
could
not
attempt
saying
to
for a
spin.
figure. I'm not saying a figure skate like
Spin?
but like, can you spin around really fast? Because I definitely can't. I would fall over really quickly.
I can barely stop.
Okay,
But now
okay.
I actually when I'm standing and moving, I don't really fall often. Most of the time though, I usually am with someone who can't. And I get like pulled down almost every time.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like every time for some reason, like with like my stature, I'm like usually used as like the wall.
Yeah,
So they
okay.
start falling and they grab me and I'm
Yes.
like, and it's you can't really I can't hold someone else up like that.
Oh, I get that. I definitely get that one. We do have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, though. We got Ms. E in first place. We'll see if they can hold on to that spot as all these other players are finishing up their plays right now in these final 4 minutes. Lake Time leading with the amount of plays. We got also King Canada in 5th place with a lot of plays left as well. Should be some really, really fun stuff as you guys are finishing up this great game of...
Blingo Bingo?
Blingo Bingo. That's what we're playing. But as you guys are finishing up this game, we have our first national day to talk about. It's National Winnie the Pooh Day. National Winnie the Pooh Day on January 18th commemorates the author A.A. Milne's his birthday in 1882. He brought the adorable honey-loving bear to life in his stories, which also featured his son, Christopher Robin.
Oh yeah, definitely a fun one. Everyone I feel like loved Winnie the Pooh as a kid.
Oh, 100%. I feel like if you didn't grow up with a love of Winnie the Pooh, especially if you're our age or a little bit older than we are, I feel like everyone was just like growing up on Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah, it went from like Winnie the Pooh and then right after it turned into the Scooby-Doo
yes, it was. Yeah,
fan.
you graduated from Winnie the Pooh into Scooby-Doo. That was like the next fandom up of great cartoons.
And it didn't help that the live actions were coming out around that time, and they were so good.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch the live actions as a kid. It was like a lot later till I was able to watch those live actions. Even though a lot of those like
that Dead or Alive
mature
scene?
jokes would have just went over my head.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
my parents were, as cautious parents do. They're worried about that kind of stuff.
Understandable.
But it's talking about that's when I didn't transfer over necessarily to Scooby-Doo like exactly.
Yeah.
I was like a Boomerang kid. Like that's what I just got into was Wacky
Next
Racers,
up on
Snorks.
Boomerang.
You got Penelope Pit Stop. You got I'm trying to think of what else.
The Snorks were better than the Smurfs.
Smurfs was absolutely classic as well. I mean, I love Smurfs and Snorks. I think they were both good, but I was definitely more of a Snorks guy.
Exactly.
Underwater was just cooler.
And they had like the little thing. I wanted that so bad.
I thought it was sweet.
I was like, dude, you could just like pop up over the water.
It was really sweet. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I was definitely a fan of those. I'm trying to think of what else was on Boomerang during that time. There was all those like I think there was all the Tom and Jerry and stuff like that on Boomerang as well. But I might have watched that on something else. That might have been Cartoon Network. I was watching that on
Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
But like the thing is, like some Cartoon Network shows would appear on Boomerang.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was like a little weird, but honestly, like Boomerang shows were just so good.
Yeah. Well, we have a few fun facts about Winnie the Pooh, since it is National Winnie the Pooh Day. And the real-life bear started it all. In her childhood children's book, Finding Winnie, author Lindsay Maddock reveals that back in 1914, a Canadian veterinarian named... Is this about a different Winnie the Pooh? Or is... Okay, this seems like, okay, might be the creation of this character. He named his new pet Winnie after his native Winnipeg. And the cub ended up serving as a mascot for the regiment while he was stationed in England.
Oh, interesting.
That's really interesting, yeah.
That's really cool. Next up, we have, unlike the books, Winnie was actually a girl. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely cool. The storybook character was inspired by a stuffed bear Milne's son owned, too.
Interesting. Yeah, I saw that they had like the other characters too. Yeah, and the rest of the characters were also in his toy collection, with the exception of Owl, Rabbit, and Gopher, who were added later for variety. But yeah, Kang was actually Conga was actually a real character. And a couple other
Piglet,
ones.
Eeyore, all those characters.
They were just like stuffed toys that Christopher Robin owned.
I think that's absolutely awesome and such a creative way of writing, of basically like trying to take your mind into your kid's imagination and then create a world out of it.
Of their toys.
Yeah.
That has got to be like, if you really
because
think about
you
it, that's
did
like one of the greatest presents you could actually give your kid is like fake stories that you have written for them to read about their own toys.
Oh,
that is awesome.
Absolutely. We do have Mizzy over at Roddy's Bar in St. Paul taking home that $457 prize in Blingo Bingo. Good job, Mizzy, in this game. But as we are going to be waiting a little bit for the rest of the top 10s in this game, we got to talk about the top 10 and from the top 10 winners and the top 5 losers from our game of Pride of Minnesota, since it was that high-low game.
Oh, yeah, and kicking off our biggest losers, we had in 5th place, Our Time at the Upper Deck Sports Bar, taking home $61. In 4th for the biggest losers, we had Jace Dads over at the Poorhouse of Clark's, taking home $77. Taking home $107 in 3rd was JM Winner over at Miltona Liquor Store. In 2nd, we had Debbie over at the Parker's Last Stop Bar and Liquor, taking home $123. And the biggest loser of them all was Bergar, playing over at Southtown Lanes, taking home a whopping $154. Good job to you, Bergar.
Yeah, good job. Definitely some great stuff from our biggest losers. But on to our big winners. 10th place was King Canada over at Fisher's Corner Bar with winning $46. $46 also went out to a big-time player in 9th place, Ms. Wolf over at Chanticleer Pizza, Coon Rapids. Another $46 prize went out to 8th place Emma Pie over at the Miltona Liquor Store. 7th place was Rich over at Corner Bar and Grill Winstead, winning $61. Another $61 prize went out to Ethical Sin over at Woodticks Lounge. 5th place was Wishing over at VFW Dilworth, also taking home $61. $77 went out to the 4th place finisher as Barry K finished there over at Tammy's on the Avenue. 3rd place was AJ Tapp over at Elks Lodge Owatonna, taking home $107. $123 went out to 2nd place Goose over at Steve O's, who was competing for 1st place throughout that entire game of Pride of Minnesota. And in 1st place, we finish off with White Claw over at American Legion, North Mankato, winning $154. Good job to all of our winners from those games. We'll get the winners from that last game of Blingo Bingo to you guys in just a little bit. But right now, you're getting enrolled into a little bit of easy money action. Should be some great stuff, as you guys only have 2 minutes and 25 seconds to get into this next game.
Oh yeah, but while you guys are getting enrolled, we have another national day for you guys, and today is National Peking Duck Day. National Peking Duck Day on January 18th recognizes the national dish of China, and definitely a pretty good one at that.
Yeah, one that I have not tried.
It sounds like it'd be really good.
Yeah, but it's definitely, something that, I mean, you can't go wrong. I am a huge fan of the edible birds.
Yes.
And the edible birds are so tasty. You got chicken, you got quail, you got pheasant, you got... I'm trying to think. Duck, obviously.
Grouse.
Yeah, turkey.
Turkey.
Yeah, there's so many.
There actually really are, like grouse.
Yeah,
I think that's how they're pronounced.
I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tried them, but definitely some very, very tasty stuff. But the Peking duck has white feathers and a orange bill and feet. Before cooking the duck, air is pumped through the skin to separate from the fat. The skin is coated with sugar before roasting, which is what gives it its crispy skin. In China, Peking duck is used to be a dish that only nobles could afford.
And then after a while, it got brought to the public, which is honestly, so thankful that they did. I am yet to try it, but just the concept of like really crisp skin, I'm like, maybe we should try this with other birds.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds super tasty.
I feel like it'd work out pretty well with like some chicken.
I think so as well. I mean,
could you imagine making like a Peking turkey for
Yeah, I think that's right. You're coming up with really great ideas right now.
Exactly.
But I think Peking duck is definitely one of those things that I want to try for sure, and hopefully sooner than later, as it's looks all the pictures that I'm seeing of it look absolutely delicious.
Yeah, it looked really good in the Christmas story. I was like, man, he's actually upset for not getting that turkey. I was like, that duck looks much better.
Oh, yeah. But let's see if we can find a little bit. As there are many stages of preparation for the Peking duck, the museum features 20 models showcasing each stage of the dish's preparation. On one stage shows the bird pumped full of air and separating the skin from the fat. Other stages continue to show how it continues being made.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. According to the museum, U.S. dignitaries, also such as Richard Dignitaries, yep. Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger tucked into Peking duck during their landmark visit to China in 1972.
Ooh, definitely some cool stuff there. Yeah, to date, Quanjude Restaurants says it has sold 196 million ducks worldwide, and that's not a quack figure.
Glorious.
Good old duck fun.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely
Can't get
some
much better
great
than
stuff.
that.
No, you really can't. You really can't.
And I wonder if it's going to be expensive, because who's going to foot the bill?
That's definitely great stuff. It also has southern roots. The name is misnomer, as the dish originates from Nanjing, where its recipe was crafted by the court kitchens. The dish moved to Beijing together with a Ming Dynasty explorer when he shifted the seat of power.
Interesting.
Definitely some crazy stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
As you know, all those chefs disbanded from the royal kitchen. They went out to their own restaurants and stuff like that and showed Peking duck to the world.
And been like, time to make that money. Because clearly it's good if for like a long time that only nobles could eat it.
Yeah, and it had been brought over to America for a while, but a huge boom in popularity actually came from the Christmas story scene that they have Peking duck.
Which honestly, it sounds really good, because I think they even showed like the preparation of like the ducks just hanging in the back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I need to watch that movie again sometime in a Christmas upcoming soon.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a classic. One of my favorites.
It for sure is. It's one that I definitely need to watch, as I watched a bunch of other Christmas classics this year. Didn't quite get around to watching A Christmas Story, though.
Oh, that's understandable. Next up on our national days, we got National Thesaurus Day. National Thesaurus Day on January 18th honors Peter Mark Rodgett, the author of Rodgett's Thesaurus, who was born on this day in 1779.
Yeah, definitely an awesome one on today. Thesauruses are super cool, as you can add to your vocabulary very easily and make your vocabulary more intelligent as well, which is always fun stuff.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I first heard thesaurus, I thought it was a type of dinosaur.
Yeah, that's always what I think every kid thinks when they first hear of a thesaurus.
Yeah, because who puts saurus in anything other than a dinosaur?
That's what I thought as well. I was like, everything that's a saurus is a dinosaur.
Yeah.
But no, they decided to make a thesaurus a thing, and so we didn't get that. But we can find some fun fact synonyms. Let's see whatever, if there's any fun ones.
Entertaining episode.
Entertaining episode. That's an entertaining fact. Okay, we're not going to listen. We're not going to look at these. These are not fun. These are just, intelligent and teaching you how to speak better. That's not what I'm looking for.
This is the whole point of a thesaurus. So
it is. It really is. But I want fun facts.
Exactly.
So we'll find some quick fun facts for you guys. The thesaurus actually comes from the Greek word for treasure.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
and it actually it's very, very similar to the original Greek word thesaurus, and is spelled almost identical.
Yeah. Next up on our fun facts, we have looking at whether the plural of thesaurus is thesauruses or thesauri. And,
apparently it's accepted. Both is accepted, saying thesauruses and thesauri, but the proper way to say it is thesauri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then after they say that, they then call them thesauruses. Right after that. Early thesauruses were really dictionaries.
Exactly. So, both are accepted. Early thesauri were really dictionaries. Most of the publishers from early 1530s, if you would have asked for a thesaurus, they would have pulled up their dictionary, and a lot of the people that were publishing the first thesauruses published were labeled as Latin dictionaries that just had all the Latin text that spanned throughout the history.
Oh, interesting. Next up, we have a Greek historian wrote the first book of synonyms. Philo of Byblos, a Greek historian and grammarian, wrote on synonyms, a dictionary of synonyms that scholars consider to be the first ancient thesaurus. Dating back to the late 1st century or early 2nd century, the book lists Greek words that are similar in meaning to each other. Sadly, we don't know much more about on synonyms because the copies of the work haven't survived over the centuries. I wonder if they had it in like the Library of Alexandria or something.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
I don't know when that went down.
Yeah, an early Sanskrit thesaurus was written in the form of a poem, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and a British doctor wrote the first modern thesaurus, Pete Mark Rodgett, who we're celebrating his birthday on today.
Oh, that's definitely some awesome stuff. Next up, we have the thesaurus. The thesaurus. Oh,
the thesaurus.
Are these cinnamon in these cookies?
Cinnamon in these cookies? That's what I feel like saying thesaurus so much.
Yeah. Thesaurus has a surprising link to a mathematical tool. The division between words people and numbers people is a deep-seated argument. Many mathematicians may try to steer clear of thesauruses, and bibliophiles may avoid calculators. But the thesaurus is actually linked to a mathematical tool. Around 1815, Roger invented the log-log slide rule, a ruler-like device that allows users to easily calculate the roots and exponents of numbers. So while the inventor of the thesaurus was compiling words for his tome, he was also hard at work on the log slide rule.
Definitely. It's really, really cool stuff there. I mean, awesome that it's National Thesaurus Day, as we are still getting after it in these games. We have a top 10 we need to talk about from that great game of Blingo Bingo. You want to talk about that top 10 for me?
Of course. And kicking us off on that top 10 for Blingo Bingo, we got 10th place, Ms. Kitty over at Carboni's Pizza Northfield, taking home $36. Also taking home $36 was 8th place, These at Wild Bill Sports Saloon. And in 7th place, Kirk over at Wood Tick Lounge, taking home $36 as well. Glad to see Kirk Cousins supporting us during the offseason.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Right after that, we had 6th place, Lucy Lou over at TB3s, taking home $36 as well. In 5th, we have Big Dog over at Rustic Saloon, taking home $91. Taking home $128. In 4th was 1308 over at the Chart House. In 3rd, we had King Canada over at Fisher Corner Bar, taking home $146. In 2nd place, we had Mags over at Fisher Corner Bar, taking home $183. And in 1st place, ending things off, we got Mike over at Roddy's Bar, taking home $465. Good job to all of our winners in Blingo Bingo, especially Mike, taking home that $465.
Yeah, definitely some great stuff. And before we move off of Thesaurus Day, funny, it has a bunch of words that, are synonyms, as it's amusing, humorous, comic, comical, droll, laughable, hilarious, hysterical,
riotous,
uproarious, witty, quick-witted, and waggish.
I like the one that's above it, though. It says it's not there, but chucklesome.
Chucklesome. I like that word for
I like
sure.
it. I think it's so sad that that was the one that wasn't highlighted.
Yeah, I know. Why is that one not highlighted? We do just have 1 minute for you guys to finish up those plays there. Right now we have Jaws in first place, a great movie, getting after it. We'll see if they can hold on to that first place prize, as it looks like the majority of our bottom half of the top 10 are finishing up with their plays. But TNT in fourth place still has a lot of plays left. We'll see if they can catch up to Jaws, as some of those plays are going to have to be very, very lucky for them to shoot up all the way to first place. But as you guys are finishing up this great game, we have one final national day, and that's National Michigan Day. On January 18th, National Michigan Day recognizes the Great Lake State.
Oh, yeah, definitely a great day.
Yeah, it's awesome, as a lot of us from Pilot Games are actually from Michigan, have lived in Michigan at some point.
Yeah.
And us right now, we live in Michigan currently.
Oh, yeah.
And so we can speak on Michigan all we want.
Oh, yeah.
We got 15 seconds for you guys to finish up this game, though. But talking about Michigan, let's find some fun facts about them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, their nickname is the Wolverine State.
No Wolverines live here.
No, there isn't a single
I
Wolverine.
have tried.
You have tried. You master the call and just go out into the woods, and you were like, oh, shucks, there's no Wolverines.
Yeah, I do it on the opposite weekends that I do my Wendigo hunting.
Oh, okay. That's I mean, genius. Just cover yourself in peanut butter and you'll find something.
Maybe one of our state animals, the white-tailed deer.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. The state bird is an American robin. But before we talk more a little bit about Michigan, we got a winner in this game.
Oh, yeah, we got Jaws over at Blasco's Embassy Bar, taking him a whopping $389. Good job to you, Jaws. We'll talk about the rest of this top 10 when we get it shortly. But next up, we will be getting into a little bit of Vikings victory. Definitely some awesome stuff. Make sure you guys are getting enrolled in Press and Play for that, as that's definitely going to be a fun one.
Oh, for sure, as we got 2 different jackpots available. A small prize jackpot in Vikings victory of $172, and a large prize jackpot of $666. Definitely some crazy stuff there, and we'll see if we can give out a nice prize in this game of Vikings victory. Can't wait to talk about that top 10, though, from Easy Money. Definitely some great competition happening in that game of Easy Money. After that, we'll get into a little bit of top dog action, which will be some fun stuff as well. And then ice fishing derby and 2 games of game day bingo. So all fun stuff heading in throughout tonight. But we were talking about National Michigan Day and some of the fun facts about Michigan.
Oh, yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. And we got some really cool ones for you guys. And next up on our fun facts, we've got... Let's see. Sault Ste. Marie, founded in 1668, was the first European settlement in the Midwest and the 3rd oldest one west of the Appalachians.
Ah, definitely. Some cool stuff there.
Oh, hey, that's the Ojibwe Hotel.
Oh, okay. Michigan abolished the death penalty in 1846 for all crimes other than treason, becoming not only the first state, but the first English-speaking government in the world to do so.
Props, I guess?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Cool stuff.
Let's see. Next up, there are no longer any living Wolverines in the Wolverine State.
Oh.
There was one discovered in Huron County in 2004, the first one spotted in 200 years, but it has since passed on and has now been stuffed and mounted. So I guess technically there is a Wolverine in Michigan.
There is a Wolverine in Michigan. It's just chilling in Michigan. Fifth fun fact, one of the world's largest registered Holstein herds can be found at the Green Meadows Farm in approximately...
Named village of?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
a named village of Elsie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, named village of Elsie. Definitely some cool stuff there. One of the largest cow herds of a specific type of cow.
Yeah, very interesting. Next up, we actually have the world's largest limestone quarry is actually located near Rogers City. I didn't know that.
No, I did not know that either. The first air-conditioned car was manufactured in 1939 by Detroit's Packard a motor car company. I love a good AC car. So, I mean, I'm always upset whenever I'm driving a car that doesn't have a working AC. And so
Windows aren't enough.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that ACs, continue to get better.
Exactly. Definitely some awesome stuff. Next up, we have the Youpers, are a band from the UP, and they're famous for singing about deer hunting and farms. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what else. In Michigan, you get 10 cents back for recycling a can. I love it. That's the highest payback rate in the country, while the state also has the nation's highest recycling rate. Due to that, there are also losing over 10 million a year due to out-of-state.
Out-of-staters fraudulently trying to cash in their cans.
Oh, okay. Out-of-staters trying to cash in the 10 cents on the can.
Wait. What states are doing
it? It says
it?
Blame these border states, and Minnesota's not in it. It's Indiana, Wisconsin, and Ohio, whichever one you want to blame.
You know what? Honestly, I'm okay with Indiana and Wisconsin.
Let's just blame Ohio.
Yeah, let's blame Ohio.
No one likes Ohio. Oh. We got 35 seconds to get enrolled in this next game. $1,932 available in this game of Vikings victory. So hopefully you guys are getting enrolled, press and play, as we want to give out some great prizes. But as we continue on talking about Michigan fun facts, Werner's Ginger Ale was created by a Detroit druggist. It is possible the oldest soft drink still on the market. It's definitely the oldest surviving brand of ginger ale.
And it's deservedly so.
Oh.
Werner's is just about medicine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a cure-all.
I grew up thinking that whenever I was sick, I would want to drink a little bit of ginger ale, as that would help calm down my stomach.
And it does.
Yeah,
it might be a placebo.
No, I think it
don't know.
actually has a scientifically proven there's a certain chemical in ginger ale that calms down. Yeah, it's probably just maybe ginger in it. But here's a fun one. The Dog Man, the Michigan Dog Man.
Yes,
a kind of werewolf-ish type beast, was first spotted in Wexford County in 1887 and several times thereafter. More recent sightings have mostly been linked to a 1987 radio station hoax, as well as to a related 2007 video, which was later debunked on Monster Quest.
Oh, so sad.
Yes, but I still believe it to be real, as it's the fun little, mystical creature of Michigan, and it's even got a fun little song.
Yeah.
It's more of like a rap kind of thing. It's really, really fun. I like it.
There's a Dogman rap?
Yeah, have you not ever heard the song? That's how I was introduced to Dogman. Was this song?
I was introduced to Monster Quest.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. No, I originally watched it because it was someone pulled up the YouTube video for me, and they just played it, and it was it's hilarious. I cracked up the first time I watched it, and I still crack up to this day, as it's a rap about a crazy werewolf dog thing. It's so fun. It's so fun. I loved it.
Next up on our fun facts, we have the Melonheads over at Ottawa County are a whole other breed of Michigan cryptid. They were said to have originated as children with hydrocephalus who lived in they got something going on, but they were somehow mutated. So it's like cryptids like the Dog Man.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. But they just have this crazy almost superhero-esque backstory.
They went feral and escaped into surrounding woods, and they still lurk, waiting to leap out and attack.
It's the children of the corn.
This is horrible. I don't like this anymore. Okay. Michigan has the nation's longest freshwater shoreline, and Michigan touches 4 out of the 5 Great Lakes, more than any other state. Huron, Michigan, Erie, and Superior.
Oh, yeah. And definitely some great stuff. Do you have a favorite artist or anything from Michigan?
Ooh, probably just for my childhood sanity, as I loved this guy growing up, and I was listening to him to every pregame warm-up. Eminem.
That's fair.
Has to be the #1 guy out of Detroit. But I think there's so many great artists that have come out of Michigan that I don't know which one I would necessarily pick now. Yeah. But Eminem is my all-time probably favorite.
That's a good one. I'm going to go Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper, yeah, that's
Definitely a
definitely
top
a good one.
Oh, yeah. But happy National Michigan Day. We'll look up a couple of these musicians to see which ones that we can find from Michigan, as there were a ton. As, like, with the automobile industry, Motown was started in Detroit. And definitely some awesome stuff.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, so some of the musicians that are out of Michigan: Madonna, Eminem, Bob Seger, Kid Rock, Ted Nugent, and Alice Cooper are all some of those stars from Detroit.
Yeah, definitely some awesome stuff.
Yeah, I think I'll probably stick with my same one as Eminem being my favorite.
I might even switch to Bob Seger because I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
even though it was a whole thing about his final tour that he was having, was that he was ending in Michigan because that's like where he's from.
Yes, for sure. And I think probably when you're talking about just like, you know.
Actually, any of the kids in my high school that put in like one of their rap songs that dissing a teacher saying they weren't going to be anything.
Exactly.
They're all my favorite artists.
They're my favorite. Kid Rock is definitely one of those guys that I always viewed as like a heavy Michigan dude.
Yeah.
As like he had a in a like a lake nearby us.
Really?
Yeah, he has a lake house nearby where we're at. Okay. And I remember just as I had a friend who also had a house on that lake, and we would ride around on the boat, and we'd see Kid Rock's like house, and apparently he had seen Kid Rock multiple times just riding around on the boat out on the lake, and so I just like can't imagine what that's like, and so he was always one of those guys.
Kid Rock while you're like doing like a 4th of July thing on the lake.
I feel like that would be just, you know, the only time you'd probably want to run into Kid Rock.
He's gonna be rocking up and down the block.
We do have 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game. Our prizes are looking good. Hopefully we can give out one of these jackpots. $974 on the large and $326 on the small jackpot. Definitely some awesome stuff as we got Scryweaver in first place. We'll see if they can hold on to it, as we still have tons of plays left in this game. But as you guys are getting after in this one, we have the winners from our game of Easy Money that we'd love to highlight. And we get those winners started off with 10th place Jerlene over at Harold's Club, winning $35. $35 also went out to Dallas over at Sherwood Lounge, and JSV over at Pebbles Creek Golf Course. Another $35 prize went out to Brew Wren over at Billy's Rockford. 6th place was Bingo B over at VFW Blaine, taking home $35. And then another $35 prize went out to 5th place Therese over at Wild Bill's Sports Saloon Blaine. $35 went out to 4th place Mizzy over at Roddy's Bar, who Mizzy was actually the winner from our... Was Mizzy the winner from another game? I think Mizzy was competing for a spot in another game, but not able to quite finish it out. But big-time player and was up in competing for a first-place spot, I think, during that game of Easy Money. 3rd place, we had TNT over at Stellar 1881, winning $88. Then we had $177 go out to Lucky Us over at the Holdingford Municipal Liquor Store in 2nd place. And in 1st place, we had Jaws over at Blasco's Embassy Bar, taking home $389. Good job to all of our winners in those games, and definitely an extra shout-out to Jaws, taking home a really nice prize.
Oh, yeah, definitely some great stuff. Glad to see that that jackpot going out.
Yeah, definitely. But I was looking up Jaws, and I accidentally looked up Jawas, which is the small little sand things from Star Wars.
Yes.
But
the little thieves.
But Jaws, an absolute classic.
Yes.
Which also has Richard Dreyfuss in it. As we were talking about, what about Bob? He's also in as a Matt Hooper in Jaws.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just completely connecting the dots right now on some of these characters.
That is interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really fun stuff.
Definitely didn't notice that, but yeah, Jaws, one of my favorite movies that I watched as a child.
Oh, great. A great, just like real life fun horror like movie type thing.
Were you allowed to watch that being younger?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I mean, there's a lot of shows, a lot of movies that I watched and then I didn't watch. I wasn't allowed to watch, and I don't. It's so hard to be able to know which ones were the ones I ended up like not watching as a kid, but watched later on, like when I was like like, I was then allowed to watch it at 13 years old.
Yeah.
And like, so
It's
I
like that's
binged.
still, like, part childhood.
So I binged a lot of those, like, classic movies as a 13-year-old, right, when I was, like, initially allowed to watch them.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, those, that's when, so I can't really remember, like, whether it was during that stint or if it was just, like, earlier on kind of deal.
But, man, they made so many Jaws movies.
Yes. But honestly, I probably finished watching all of the Sharknado movies before I watched all the Jaw movies.
And honestly, rightfully so.
Yeah, so good. So good.
Sharknado is probably, like, the best of, like, the worst movies.
Oh,
I remember
for
when it was
sure.
coming out, it was just such a big joke amongst everyone. And they were like, oh.
That's why I loved it. That's honestly why I liked it.
I had a Sharknado shirt in middle school.
Yeah, I think I was up to date all the way until Sharknado 3. And then once it got past Sharknado 3, I started slowing down on my, like, consistent watching of whenever it would come out kind of stuff.
I think I watched the fourth one. And it was pretty weird.
Yeah, that's
man.
Yeah, I think I ended on the
great.
right one with Frankie Muniz being in the third one.
He was such an interesting character in that.
It was absolutely great. We do just have 20 seconds left in this game. Finishing up those plays is a huge thing in this one, as you can definitely add some cash to your total if you can move up in these standings. I see Survivor finishing up those plays very, very quickly. Well, hopefully all you players can finish them up in the last 5 seconds here. But as you guys are finishing up, I'm going to highlight a great E-Tab game called Twins Win. We actually teamed up with our Minnesota Twins to create this E-Tab game, and you guys can play wherever you're playing Pilot games at. There's an even great home run derby bonus round where if you pick the right batter, you'll be taking home some great prizes.
Oh yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. But these games have just finished off. We'll wait to the blue screen to see if Survivors actually finished in first place.
Yeah,
just to be sure.
I'm gonna guess so, but I love that you wait for the tabulars to tab, and they have done it.
Oh yeah, there we go. We got Survivors over at Sebeka Municipal Liquor Store, taking them $184. Good job to you, Survivors.
Yeah, definitely a great one. Were you a fan of the show Survivor?
It was an interesting one.
Yes, I never was a big watcher of Survivor.
I didn't watch other than Big Brother when I was younger. I didn't watch a lot of the reality shows and stuff.
Oh, okay.
But Big Brother was such an interesting concept.
Yes,
it was so I was like, dang, I could definitely win.
Did you watch
Bear Grylls?
Yeah,
I watched all the ones when he initially was going around just trying to not make it. But before that, there was someone who was before Bear Grylls, and he used to go out and do all the survival stuff, and I used to watch him do it all the time.
Oh, okay. That's definitely some fun stuff there. We do have 4 minutes for you guys to get enrolled in this next game. Right now, we are getting enrolled into a little top dog action. Definitely a great game, as you already have over $1,000 of total prizes that your guys are getting enrolled for. But as you guys are getting enrolled for it, we have some game day bingo standings to talk about. Well, people have been earning points for all day long today playing those game day bingo games, and these point totals are all over the place in these standings.
Oh yeah, kicking things off in 9th place, we have a 3-way tie between Stephen B over at Johan Sports Bar 2, KRC over at Maple Grove, and Bobo over at Corner Bar Goodhue. They were all tied with 10,000 points. In another 2-way tie in 7th, we got DGG over at Sherwood Lounge and Lucky over at Classic Bowl, both tying it up with 11,000 points. In another tie in 5th place between previously in 4th Rocks Gym over at Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards and previously in 4th Rocks Jim Rocks over at Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards, able to stick around with each other at 12,000 points. Shortly ahead in 4th, we got Brother Nate over at the Chart House with 13,000 points. With 15,000 points in 3rd, we have Bowl over at Corner Bar Goodhue. In 2nd, we have Funk over at Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards with 18,000 points. And with a pretty short lead in 1st, we have 1308 over at Red Fox Tavern with 19,000 points. Good job to all of our players, especially 1308 in 1st place.
Yeah, we'll see if he can hold on to it after a great day of game day bingo. But on to the location side of these standings. In 9th place, we have a 3-way tie. Only a 2-way tie. Moving from unranked to 9th place, we got Johan Sports Bar 2. Tying it up with already in 9th place Classic Bowl. They both sit with 17,000 points. With 18,000 points in 8th place, we got the Lincoln Depot. 7th place is the Red Fox Tavern with 19,000 points. And with 22,000 points, we actually have a 2-way tie, landing them in 5th place. Moving from 6th place into that tie, we got American Legion Fridley. And staying put in 5th place, we got Outtakes. Definitely some awesome stuff there in 5th place. But 4th place, we got VFW Spring Lake Park with 25,000 points. With 26,000 points in third place, getting bumped out of a tie in second, we got Corner Bar and Goodhue. And getting sole possession of second place, we got the Chart House with 28,000 points. But really running away with this season with kind of a huge lead on all the other locations. We got Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards with 62,000 points. We'll see which locations and players run away with it this season. Seems like Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards is running away with it, but there's a lot of locations and, I mean, a lot of players that are very much in the race for that first place spot, as there's only a 9,000 point gap between the players at the back end of the top 10 to the player who's in first place. And the location standings, a lot of really close races there, as only 11,000 point gap between second place and all the way in the back of those standings.
Oh yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. Make sure you guys are out there earning those points for those game day bingo standings. But if you guys ever feel the need to switch things up from our live bingo, we have over 70 different charitable eTab games you guys can check out and play at any time to win huge prizes up to $1,500. All these games have small bets between 50 cents and $5, as well as awesome bonus and free play rounds you guys can check out as well. We're listening to a little bit of Roaring 20s, one of the first eTab games released in 2021. It's one of our favorite eTabs game with a time travel theme and with a built-in extreme launch where you can travel from the 1920s all the way into 2020. And with the extreme launch, you guys can then go further into the future or the past. It's definitely a ton of fun. Make sure you guys are checking out Roaring 20s.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. If you guys couldn't tell, all that background noise was us switching times from 1920s to 2020s. Definitely some really fun stuff there, and you could take home some really great prizes in it. But as you guys are getting after it, we have a little music day in history to talk about, and that is in 1971. The McCann Erickson Advertising Agency takes a meeting with British songwriters Roger Cook and Roger Greenway to record a Coca-Cola commercial with the group The New Seekers, which becomes I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, definitely a really, really cool one.
Yeah. Not really sure how they went from commercial to a whole song and everything that ended up becoming popular, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting take. Like
yeah.
switch.
Yeah, I would love to know the kind of story behind behind this song. Let's see if we can find a little bit about this. Okay, so by the time this was released as a full song, the melody was very much associated with Coke. So it was it amounted to free advertising. Most of the commercial is about honeybees, turtle doves, and love anyway. So removing the Coke references didn't disturb the song lines. I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. It was altered to I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company.
Interesting. We also have the music was written by British songwriters Roger Cook and Roger Greenway, who around this time also co-wrote the Hollies hit Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. That's actually a really good one. And yeah, the music they used for the commercial was based on something they had already written, which they called True Love and Apple Pie.
Definitely some cool stuff. Yeah, they worked on the jingle with Baker and Billy Davis, who was the musician director assigned to the Coke's account. Davis was also a successful songwriter, having co-written some songs for Jackie Wilson. The four of them stayed up all night writing the song, which Davis then produced with the New Seekers.
Interesting.
That's definitely a very, very cool thing. William Backer came up with the line, I'd like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company when his plane to London, where he was slated to create the commercial, got diverted to Ireland because of weather. He and his fellow travelers were not happy about this, but when they got together at the airport cafe for refreshments, Backer noticed their spirits lifted as the commiserated over the shared experience. He also noticed that many of them were drinking Coke, a beverage that crossed cultures.
That's very interesting.
That's so cool. That's how he created that line.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Next up, we have At First. The New Seekers balked at the recording the full version of the song, so Billy Davis put together a group of studio singers to record it and called them the Hillside Singers. This version was released as a single and picked up steam, convincing the New Seekers to get in on the action. Their version was released a short time later. Both renditions climbed the chart simultaneously, with the Hillside Singers version peaking at number 13 the same week as the New Seekers made it to number 7.
Wow, that's absolutely crazy that the same song went so high up in the charts on both sides.
Yeah.
Definitely a cool one on today as, I'd like to... The Coca-Cola jingle for a very long time was created and kind of got together to create that iconic commercial that ended up being a very iconic song I'd like to teach the world to sing.
Yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. Next up, in 2008, amid casting sessions for American Idol, Clay Aiken makes his Broadway debut in New York City in Monty Python's Spamalot.
Yes, definitely awesome stuff in that one. I mean, I don't know much about Monty Python's Spamalot, but it's a musical comedy that was written by John Duprez and Eric Idle, and lyrics and book by Idle. It is adapted from the 1975 film Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
That's the best. I'm gonna have to watch that one.
Like the motion picture, it is a highly irreverent parody of the Arthurian legend, but it differs from the film in many ways.
I'm gonna have to watch that. I'm gonna have to go. If I'm gonna watch a Broadway play, it's gotta be Spamalot.
Absolutely awesome. Yeah, I didn't realize that it was based off of the Holy Grail.
The only thing I care about is whether or not they're on stage with coconuts.
They better. Better.
That's like the main thing. It's
Yeah.
just, you gotta have the coconuts.
How'd you get that coconut? It's carried by swallows. Couldn't have been a regular swallow. Oh gosh, it's just
Monty Python was so great.
Absolutely fantastic. The rabbit shooting lasers out of its eyes.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah,
And it,
just goes into chaos, kills the narrator of the entire film.
I love how everything just they at the end it's admitted that they were filming.
Yeah,
and it all goes haywire at the end. It's so great.
It's a great movie.
Oh.
It's one of my favorite family movies, which is really funny just to get all together and watch.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your favorite of the scene? What's your most quoted scene from that? Is it the?
It's got to be the Black Knight.
It's the Black Knight. Is
Tis but a scratch.
Tis but a scratch. Merely a flesh wound. Those two
I love
quotes.
when he's just sitting there with just no arms and no legs, and then he just.
Yes,
that's. Wait, no. I think he hits him with the flat of the sword against the side.
I don't remember.
I just remember hearing the dong.
Yeah, it was absolutely great. So that's definitely probably one of my highest quoted parts of the movie. But my highest quoted have to be the nights that say knee and bring me a shrubbery. Is absolutely quoted through my family so often.
If she thinks she's a witch.
It's absolutely gold. So I can't believe Monty Python's Spamalot is actually based off of Monty Python Holy Grail. And Clay Aiken made his Broadway debut in it, a guy who placed second in American Idol and actually made his debut while he was doing his casting sessions for American Idol.
Oh, yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. Maybe go check out Spamalot sometime.
Yeah. That would be one that I would want to go check out on Broadway.
Exactly. But as you guys know, you guys are earning a ton of cash while you guys are playing these great PGL games. But if you guys want to be earning those great PGL points while you guys are earning the cash, you guys got to sign up at pgl.world and become a member of our league. PGL players compete for points as well as having access to insider information, which includes a monthly newsletter that has a ton of great information in it. And not only that, when you get signed up at pgl.world, you get put on our new member spotlight where you get a little bit of extra luck and try and get you guys on those PGL standings.
Oh, yeah. And those new members who just got signed up are Mod Racer 6, Ash91, Days Dream, Toby, Jake, 5-2 Blue, Chief Often, D-Man Guy, Will Bakers, Cop Gal 75, Bobo H22, Chris 3276, Meg Z 775, Blizzard, Luke K, Kelbell, Minnesota April, Six Pack, Tut, Big Rig 18, K Davis, Girly Girls 3, Jasper L., Larry, and CJ Slick, all getting signed up at PGL.world. Awesome stuff for you players, and I can't wait to see if any of you guys can get into our PGL top 10s. Before we start talking about the players that have been earning a bunch of PGL points, though, during this season 13, we got to talk about the players that just earned some PGL points during our last game of Vikings victory.
Oh, yeah, and we'll talk about that right now. As kicking things off in 10th place, we got Kelly over at the Whiskey River Saloon. I'd like to go to that river. Currently winning $30. Good job to you, Kelly. In 9th, we had Lizzie over at the Flintstones Lounge, taking home $30. In 8th, we had Scotty Tahati taking home $30 over at Clive's Roadhouse. In 7th was Lifetime over at Grandma's Lakeside, taking home $46, and it was Laketime, not Lifetime. In 6th place, we had MM Forever over at Shiners Jenkins, taking home $61. Also taking home $61 in 5th was Mo Bank over at MC's Dugout. In 4th, we had Player over at the Woods, taking home $92. Taking home $123 in 3rd was Scry Weaver over at Jimmy's Poorhouse. In 2nd was Bergar over at Southtown Lanes, taking home $138. And in 1st was Survivors over at Sebeka Municipal Liquor, taking home $184. Good job to all of our winners in Vikings victory, as we also had a smallmouth jackpot go out.
Ooh, a smallmouth jackpot. That is always awesome to see. And that prize ended up going out to TNT It's Dynamite over at Stellar, taking home a nice prize of $326. Good job, TNT, in that game. And we are coming down to the final 10 seconds of this game right here. We got T-Mob Turbo in first place, as it looks like they'll be the ones taking home the win in this one as we hit zeros. Now me and Will are going to be taking a little break as you guys wait for that blue screen and get enrolled into this next game of a little bit of ice fishing derby. But me and Will are going to be back for it and trying to give out some great prizes. Hey guys, and we are back for a little bit more of this great game, these great games of this PGL Night Wild Wednesday. Right now we're in a little bit of ice fishing derby action. We got 19 minutes left in this game, $157 for first place, and we'll see who can take it home, as Player is right now in that first place spot. But when we left off, we were about to hop into some PGL standings, what you guys are earning points for right now, and I'll hop right into it as we had some big shakeups just last night. Moving from unranked to 10th place, we got Rit Rit over at Black Horse Bar and Grill with 131,000 points. With 158,000 points in 9th place, also moving from unranked to this spot, we got Sark over at Municipal Liquor Store Millerville. 8th place, getting bumped back from 3rd, we got Sherbert over at Muddy Cow Brooklyn Park with 167,000 points. With 169,000 points in 7th place, getting bumped back from 1st, we got PCK 913 over at Ernie's on Gull Lake. 6th place, moving from unranked all the way to 6th place, we got Sloppy over at Malone's Bar and Grill with 175,000 points. With 180,000 points in 5th place, moving from unranked to that spot, we got Yak 2102 over at Rivers Bend Bar and Grill. 4th place, moving up from 10th, we got Forget You D over at Eagles Austin with 191,000 points. Not surprising from the winner of last season, moving up in these standings. 3rd place, though, getting bumped back from 2nd, we got Big Pimpin' over at the Alibi Gilbert with 211,000 points. With 229,000 points in 2nd place, moving up from 4th, we got Dugout over at VFW Spring Lake Park. And moving all the way up from unranked to 1st place with a total of 270,000 points, we got Jake over at Julie's Bar and Grill.
Oh yeah, good job to all those players on the locations that they're out there supporting. In 10th place, previously in 6th, getting pushed back a great deal, it's Flintstones Lounge in Clearwater with 472,000 points. With 544,000 points in 9th, previously unranked, we got shortstop Vin Fridley. In 8th place, also previously unranked, we got Eagles Austin with 567,000 points. In 7th place, previously in 5th, getting pushed back, it's Municipal Liquor Store Millerville in Brandon with 568,000 points. In 6th place, previously in 10th, jumping forward a good deal, it's VFW Spring Lake Park with 586,000 points. With 604,000 points in 5th, previously unranked, it's PJ's Supper Club in Avon. In 4th, we got the Alibi Gilbert, the only location to not move around, with 724,000 points. With 774,000 points in 3rd, previously in 2nd, getting pushed back, it's White Bear Bar in White Bear Lake. In 2nd, previously in 1st, we got Beer Stube Hastings with 863,000 points. And in 1st place, previously in 3rd, jumping forward but not too big of a lead, we got Eagles Albert Lay with 864,000 points. Good job to you, Eagles Albert Lay, making that good jump forward. Hopefully you guys can get a couple wins and secure that lead a little more.
Oh yeah, definitely great stuff there from our PGL locations and players. We'll see what shakeups happen from tonight's great PGL point matchup in this Wild Wednesday. We do just have 16 minutes left in this game, though. We got Player in 1st place. We'll see how long they can hold on to it. We got Bergar in 6th, a big-time name out there. Now Players getting bumped back to 2nd as Kit Kat GMAB is in 1st place now. Huck is in 3rd. Smalls is in 4th. Great character from The Sandlot.
Oh, yeah.
6th is Bergar. 7th place is Curtis's favorite player, Dr. Pirate. Maybe Will's new favorite player.
Possibly.
8th place, we got Chelsea. And in 9th, I missed out on that player. But good job to everyone getting after in this game right here, as we are in a Wild Wednesday right now, and so we might as well talk about our Minnesota Wild. They are 25-14-4, and the Washington Capitals fell to the Minnesota Wild by a score of 4-2 Tuesday night at Capital One Arena.
Oh yeah, glad to see them go down.
Yeah, absolutely awesome to have happen, as we needed to get a few wins under our belt, and now we are on a 3-game stretch. Absolutely fantastic. And let's see if we can find out a little bit more about this game.
Oh, yeah. I believe we had a couple players make a couple good saves and stuff like that, so
Yeah,
see.
as we're going to check in on the stats on that 4-2 victory for us. And it looks like for our Minnesota Wilds, gold came from 2 goals from Jared Spurgeon, 2 assists from Connor Dewar, 1 goal from Jonas Broden, an assist from Matt Duma, an assist from Frederick Goudreau, and an assist from Ryan Reeves. And that looks like the majority of our goals came from there. Oh, and Joel Eriksson Ek also scored a goal.
Nice.
Awesome stuff by that. Our goaltender, Philip Gustafsson, who's been showing really, he's had great games. He's had not so great games. This was one of his good ones as he made 34 saves on 36 shots on goal, a 94 save percentage.
Oh, yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. Glad to see that. On the Capital side of things, Charles Lindgren only had, 21 saves on
18 saves.
Yeah, 18 saves on 21 attempts with an 85% save rate.
Yeah, so obviously we put a lot of pressure on him in the opportunities that we had. It seemed like defense for our Minnesota Wild as we didn't get a lot of shots on goal, but they were high quality shots that we ended up taking, getting quite a few through, being able to score those 4 points. We did let Martin Farve score a goal, as well as Dylan Strome. He also scored a goal for the Capitals. But that is, we are still looking good as we are on that 3-game winning streak. Like I said, last 10 games, we are 6-2-2 on that last 10 games. Some really good stuff there. The only team in our conference that has a better win percentage is the Jets, who are right now 8-2 over the last few games. So definitely good stuff for us in these upcoming matchups. And let's see our next matchup as we are going to be taking on the Hurricanes. The Hurricanes right now are sitting at 27-9-8, so having one of the better seasons in the NHL, and it will be a good test as we are on a really good hot streak right now to see if we can compete with some top tier teams.
Oh yeah, definitely some awesome stuff. Make sure you guys are out there supporting the Wild as they're gonna be facing off with the Hurricanes, who are currently 5-3-2 for their last 10.
Yeah, they're at the top of their division, and so hopefully we can end up getting the win, just solidifying the hot streak tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Oh yeah, and if you guys want to support those Wild, as you guys know, we've teamed up with them for the ETAB game Let's Go Wild. You guys can play that today at your favorite Minnesota bar and check out that slap shot bonus round to win that big cash. And look at that right there. Let's go. Oh, wrong way. Well, yeah, what's going on right there?
Yeah. Anyone ever told you you'd be a great weatherman?
Oh, no, actually, I was told air traffic controller.
Air traffic control. Okay. Well, I will. Where do you plan on settling down? Because I'm not going to live there. We got 11 minutes left in this game right now. We'll see who can end up taking home a nice prize. Small Cats is in first place, as player is not letting go of that first place spot, getting back right in there once again. But we do have a fishing report for you guys. This was done by Lake of the Woods by Low Tourism on January 17th. And resorts, ice shelter rental operations, and anglers are in the heart of the ice fishing season up on Lake of the Woods. Resorts continue to move houses with a goal of staying on the walleye and saugers. The most active depths for fishing this past week was 30 to 36 feet of water. Number of smaller walleye and saugers are being caught. Anglers are sorting through the mix, capturing some of the nice eaters under 19.5 inches and releasing the slot fish at 19.5 to 28 inches. Trophy walleye 28 inches and over come along at random intervals too. Jigging with a small jigging spoon tipped with a piece of minnow has been effective. Try glow lighted lure colors on cloudy days and during the twilight periods. Try gold or even silver on sunny days. Wonder Bread color, chartreuse, a glow red, and gold have all been good colors. To increase the odds of action, rig up a dead stick rod using a slip float, painting a hook on a larger size blade lure, and tip it with a live minnow. Often tentative fish attract, but not striking the jigging lure will take the live minnow instead. Possession limits anywhere on the Minnesota side of Lake of the Woods is a combined total limit of 6 fish. Of the 6, a total of 4 walleye may be in your possession. The remaining 2 fish could be sauger. Any other combination of sauger and walleye is allowed as long as you don't go over the 4 walleye count. Trophy walleye 28 inches or longer may be harvested, provided that an angler possesses no more than 1 fish over 28 inches.
Oh, definitely some very important stuff to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is that whenever you guys are playing those pilot games, to share those pictures with us. We love to get those pictures and to see your guys' faces. So if you guys want a jackpot, hold up your iPad and want to see that happy face holding that jackpot message. You guys can even send us pictures of you guys playing with your friends or even your favorite bartender. And you can share those on Facebook or by emailing them to us directly at jackpots@pilotgames.com.
Oh, yeah, and we got a great picture right there of a great win. It looks like maybe playing a little bit of Vikings. I can't tell if that's the E-Tab or one of our great live bingo games, but definitely some great stuff there. Just having a good time playing Pilot. A great example to show off those great player pictures.
Oh, yeah.
So make sure you guys are sending those in. But since we're a little in a middle area, we need to talk about some winners. We need to talk about the winners from that last game. We have this next game. It is from that last game, Top Dog, the top 10. In 10th place, we had Knowles over at Fireside Getaway, winning $57. $57 also went out to 9th place Kirk over at Woodtick Lounge. 8th place was JM Winner over at the Miltona Liquor Store, taking home $57. $57 also went out to 7th place Drew Wren over at Billy's Rockford. 6th place is Jetro over at Dayton Bar and Grill, taking home $57. And 5th place was Mike John at Eagles Albert Lay, taking home $57. $85 went out to 4th place MM Forever over at Shiners Jenkins. 3rd place was Skull 3 over at the Channel in Warsaw, with winning $143. $286 went out to 2nd place Murphy Pete at the Mill Creek Inn, and 1st place was T-Mob Turbo over at the Blue Line Sports Bar and Grill, taking home $1,144. Definitely some great stuff to all those players in that last game of Top Dog, and hopefully we get a bunch of great winners in this game of Fishing Derby. But as you guys are getting after it in these final 6 minutes, we have a little Vikings news to talk about.
Oh yeah, the Vikings ended off that regular season at 13-4, and sadly we had a first round exit in those playoffs. But we have Ed Donatel believed that this week would be the Vikings defense. It would be the week that the Vikings defense stepped up. At least that's what he told reporters. This is our time to shine, the veteran defensive coordinator said on Thursday. I think you'll like the way that we play. Whether the Donatel truly believed that it would happen, thought his players needed a public vote of confidence, or was attempting to manifest a strong performance like Patrick Peterson predicting the interception, his comments backfired on him. Donatel's estimation did not even come close to becoming reality during the Vikings' disappointing home playoff loss against the Giants. Kirk Cousins throwing short of the sticks on the game's defensive 4th down will be one of the lasting memories from this loss, but Cousins was far from the problem on Sunday. On the whole, he played quite well. The Vikings' biggest issue was that its defense was struggled for the majority of the season, was abysmal once again. As the team heads into what should be a fascinating offseason, it's safe to bet that the major changes are coming on that side of the ball. And yeah, I definitely believe it. So we're definitely changing a lot with our defense.
Oh, for sure. We'll have to take a long, hard look at every aspect of what we do to make sure we give ourselves the ability to continue to strive to compete at a championship level, and that's what we'll begin working on immediately, Kevin O'Connell said. The Vikings finished 31st in the league in yards allowed this season, giving up 388.7 yards per game. They allowed over 400 yards 9 times, including a franchise worst 5-game streak of opponents hitting that mark. So it was only fitting that their season ended with a 431-yard surrendered to the Giants 3 weeks after giving up 445 yards to them to that very same offense.
Oh yeah, definitely very sad to see. I was really hoping that we'd be able to get at least past that first round and kind of see how far we can make it from there.
Yeah,
but,
I actually watched this morning a breakdown of it was actually Kurt Warner was the one doing the breakdown, and he was breaking down Daniel Jones's amazing game. But just watching it made me realize all the struggles this defense was having and all the different conceptual things that just were not right for us. And I think if we can find a way to, move on or change our defensive system, be able to put together a system that will actually work for this defense, I think we have all the talent in the world to be able to have a good defense, maybe have a good 2 drafts, but really in the question position, which is the DBs, we have Andrew Booth Jr., a young prospect that we definitely feel high up on, as well as Lewis Seen, who's another guy who's a first-round draft pick. So I feel like at some point we'd love to see him get on the field as well. And so those 2 guys we have developing, trying to get into those starting positions that are the question positions of this defense. And I think a lot of it comes down to the defensive scheme, because the other positions I don't question about. Linebacker crew is solid. Our defensive line is solid. Our two other DBs, Harrison Smith and Patrick Peterson, they're both guys that I go, that's solid right there. We just need some other 2 guys to step up. And so even if we don't have those 2 guys step up, I think if we change this scheme, we can really make for a better team.
Oh yeah, I know it would definitely help if we didn't have that big injury with Lewis Seen at the start of the season.
Yes.
And it definitely kind of affected, I feel like, hopes that he had for the season.
Yeah, I was really sad because I wanted to see him in a lot more games during the season. I was hoping to see a few games, maybe not start ever during the season, but just to see him, develop, get some playing time. Because at some point, I see him as a starter because he's just one of those guys that has such a high upside. He's so fast, so explosive, such a good tackler, so good in the pass game that once you can develop that talent, you have a guy that will be starting as a starting safety for 8 to 10 years kind of deal. So that's what we want to see out of it, and I think that he has that kind of talent, and I'm really excited to see if our Vikings can end up using all that talent.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to continue to support their Vikings as they're in their off season, you guys can play the E-Tab game we teamed up with them for, Vikings Victory. You guys can pick a letter in that skull bonus to win those big prizes, and definitely make sure you guys are out there supporting those Vikings.
Oh, for sure. Speaking of Skull, we got to talk about the Skull Bingo standings, as you guys have been earning points while playing Skull Bingo from 6 all the way till 10 o'clock most nights. Once we get off air here, you guys will be hopping into some more of those Skull Bingo games, earning points for these standings right here. And let's just hop right into the player side of these standings.
Oh yeah, kicking things off in 9th place, we got Chad over at Trail Stop Tavern with 28,000 points. Not too far ahead in 8th. Previously in 7th, we got Brody over at American Legion Moorhead with 29,000 points. With 30,000 points in 7th. Previously in 6th, we got Bassy Blings over at Muddy Cow Brooklyn Park. In 6th place, previously in 5th, we got Kool-Aid over at Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards with 32,000 points. With 36,000 points in 5th. Previously in 4th, it's Sambo over at Beer Stoop Hastings. In 4th place, previously in 3rd, getting pushed back, it's Boots over at Trebek's Bar and Grill with 37,000 points. With 43,000 points in 3rd place, previously in 7th, jumping forward a good deal, it's Brother Nate over at the Chart House. In second, we got Jelly over at American Legion Stillwater with 77,000 points. And in first place, we got Tanya over at JR Mac with the 108,000 points, the first and only player to be able to get into that 100,000 point club.
Yeah, definitely awesome stuff for that top player, Tanya. We'll see if they can continue to dominate that school bingo. But onto the location side, as the players that are playing out there, the top players helping out their locations, and so you see a lot of repeat names up here.
Oh, yeah.
In 10th place, we got the Bar and Grill with 53,000 points. With 55,000 points in 9th place, we got the Trail Stop Tavern. 8th place is VFW Dilworth with 58,000 points. With 59,000 points in 7th place, we got Danny's Dugout. All super, super tight races from 10th all the way to 7th place. 6th place, you get a little 10,000 point jump up, as it's American Legion Moorhead with 69,000 points. Another 10,000 point jump up to 5th place as we got Benton Station with 79,000 points. With 82,000 points in 4th place, we got Carboni's Pizza CR Billiards. And definitely some interesting stuff once we get into this top 3, as we have a two-way tie in 2nd place. It's between American Legion Stillwater and Trebek's Bar and Grill. They both have 102,000 points, trying to see who can get sole possession of that 2nd place spot. But that number 1 location is JR Mac with 127,000 points. Good job to our locations, but we have a winner in this game.
Oh, yeah, we got Moosey over at Third Rail Bar and Grill, taking home $156. Good job to you, Moosey. We'll highlight the rest of that top 10 here shortly. Good job to all of our winners in this game.
Yeah, definitely some great stuff as we're about to get enrolled into some of our final bingo action of this Wild Wednesday. 2 games of game day bingo. Should be some fun stuff, and we'll see what prizes we're going to be getting after in this game, as let's see what John left it off for us. He left it off looking great. We have a minor prize of $440, 56 balls or less, and a major prize of $7,501 you can take home in 56 balls or less. Really great stuff. Also, not to move past too quickly, the mega prize of $40,758 you could take home in 49 balls or less. And I'm not sure if that clicks up in the next game.
It might.
I have no idea. I think it might have already. I think it was already at 48 balls or less. So I think it just clicked up to 49 balls or less.
Oh, yeah. But in this first game, that minor jackpot is not available.
Yeah.
Because if you get that, sadly, you'll be taking home that major jackpot of $7,512 home instead.
Definitely some great stuff, as you guys have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get enrolled. And me and Will got some celebrity birthdays to talk about. First one we'll talk about, already highlighted on today. In 1779, we got Peter Mark Rodgett, a British telexi. I can't. Oh my gosh. He created the thesaurus, the first thesaurus. And he also invented the slide rule and the pocket chessboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff.
Oh, yeah, definitely awesome stuff. Next up, born in 1882, we got A.A. Milne, English author of the Winnie the Pooh books.
Yeah, definitely really, really great stuff. Next up, a real pioneer in comedy, born in 1892, we got Oliver Hardy, an American comedic actor who was in Laurel and Hardy, and had to portray comedy in an era where it was just, there was no sound.
Yeah, the silent pictures.
Yeah, silent picture movies. Absolutely crazy stuff. He was known for his roles with his role as Laurel and Hardy, and he was in films from 1926 all the way to 1957. And appeared with his partner in 107 short films, feature films, and cameo roles.
That is awesome.
Definitely a great birthday there. Happy birthday, Oliver Hardy.
Oh, yeah. Next up, born in 1955, we got Kevin Costner, American actor known for Fandango, Silverado, Bull Durham, and so many other films like Waterworld and a ton more.
Yeah, Kevin Costner, just one of those legendary actors. He is also a film director and musician. He has received various accolades, including 2 Academy Awards, 3 Golden Globes, a Primetime Emmy Award, and 2 Screen Actor Guild Awards. Costner starred in Fandango, American Flyers, Silverado, and many other films.
Oh, yeah, definitely awesome stuff. What do you think your favorite Kevin Costner film would be?
Oh, we had to talk about this as mine had to fall in between two different movies that are so different from each other. I feel like I couldn't judge them, and that was Field of Dreams and The Highwaymen.
Which is understandable. Highwaymen is also in my top 2, with Waterworld being the other one.
I mean, really, I should probably say it's a trifecta, as Waterworld probably should just be in that trifecta of the Kevin Costner variety of films that he can star in.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like each one in their own specific genre of movie is really, really good.
Exactly. And The Highwaymen was just so cool. A very fun story to watch.
Yeah.
And also, it's got, Woody Harrelson in it,
Kathy
too.
Bates, Kim Dickens, John Carroll Lynch.
Thomas Mann is popular in another film, but I feel like he was a child actor when he was in it.
Yes, he definitely was, as he is in Project X.
Yeah, that's definitely what I know him from.
Okay. There's a lot of good stars in that one. But Kevin Costner, a very, very good actor, and I actually enjoy him more now as a grown man than I did in his younger career of acting. Yeah. I think he does a good job as he's gotten older, too.
I like that he has, like, that old man just, like, mean sounds, like, all the time. He's
it's
just,
so
like,
good.
He's just, like, always, like, doesn't have any patience. He's always just, like, thinks you're stupid.
Yeah, I like the movie Draft Day as well, but that's just because it involves football.
Of course.
Only 3 seconds till we are in this game. $494, 56 balls or less, but you can't even take that home, as $7,542 is available in 56 balls or less. We'll see if anybody can take it home in these ones, as we got players already 23 balls away and getting even closer. But next up on our celebrity birthdays, born in 1964, we got Jane Horrocks, a British actress who's in Little Voices, Corpse Bride, as well as Absolutely Fabulous, as well as Chicken Run. Just a great actress. Did some
Chicken Run.
Yeah, she did a great job in Chicken Run. One of my favorite characters from that movie that made me so upset as a kid, but is really, really good as a just now that I'm like, wow, that was her.
Oh yeah,
so good.
And it was just because she was stubborn.
Yeah, it 100% was, as she played Babs,
Yeah.
the lazy chicken that didn't want to go and run. Just wanted to sit there and lay eggs.
Exactly. It was such a good movie. All those movies are great.
Old Babs.
Old Babs.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Mel Gibson playing Rocky.
Julia Sawatha?
Yeah, she was really, really good in that as well.
Yeah.
Definitely my favorite of those classic claymation movies.
Oh, yeah. Next up, born in 1969, we got Jesse L. Martin, American actor and a singer known for being in Rent, as well as the CW's The Flash.
Yes, I am a huge fan of him in The Flash.
Yeah.
He did a really, really good job in that, as that Flash ran for so long, having 9 seasons, going from 2014 all the way to coming out to this year, having its 9th season premiere, the final season premiere in 2023. And so it just shows the success of the series, and him being such a main part of it, for sure he was a part of that success.
Oh, yeah, definitely awesome stuff. Definitely a great role for him, too.
Oh, yeah. Definitely great stuff. Well, we do have a winner in this game, not taking home the major prize, but taking home a $108 Musco prize. We got Shani over at Farmington Lanes taking home that nice Musco. We'll now be getting rolled into the final game of this Wild Wednesday. A little bit of that minor prize is going to be growing, and it's going to be clicking up from 56 to 58 balls or less. High likelihood we can see this thing go out.
Oh, yeah, definitely awesome stuff. But as you guys are getting enrolled, we have another celebrity birthday for you guys. And born in 1980, we got Jason Segel, American actor known for How I Met Your Mother, as well as Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a favorite role from Jason Segel?
You had said it earlier, and I'm going to have to agree. Freaks and Geeks was definitely his best role.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's really funny that was not very popular when it first came out, but I feel like a lot of people our age that I ask about it, they all love Freaks and Geeks.
Everyone loves Freaks and Geeks.
And
it's so good.
I'm always surprised that it wasn't as popular.
And it actually hurt their careers a lot.
Yeah.
They had trouble finding roles afterwards, which is crazy.
No, and it had such a star-studded cast with, you have Velma, Linda Cardellini, Martin Starr, John Francis Daly, obviously, huge actor, Jason Segel, James Franco, and many, many others that were just had a long running careers.
Yeah, Seth Rogen.
Yeah, even Seth Rogen. Didn't even mention him as that's like one of his weirdest careers. Probably the worst acting he's ever done in any show.
Yeah, but which is weird is he was just Seth Rogen.
Yeah, he literally talks about how you can literally see his growth as an actor while watching Freaks and Geeks.
Yeah.
Like you can see by the end of the show, he's like a way better actor than when he started.
Oh, he definitely is. And it was just a great series. I also liked him a lot in How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, I liked him in Winning Time. That was another one of my favorites that I watched him in. As I know there was a lot of athletes that had issues with Winning Time, but I thought he did a really, really good job. Next up, born in 1980, we got Julius Peppers, American football player. I hope that Nikki's a huge fan, as I know she's a Carolina No. She's not a Carolina Panthers fan, I remember. I think she's just a Cam Newton fan.
Interesting.
But, he played for the Carolina Panthers. Nikki, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're a Carolina Panthers fan or if you're just a Cam Newton fan. I can never remember. We do just have 30 seconds to get enrolled in this final game of Wild Wednesday. But next up on our celebrity birthday list, born in 1995, we got Leonard Fournette, American NFL player, plays for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and is a very talented running back.
Oh, yeah. Next up, and finally, we have born in 1999, Karan Brar, American actor known for Diary of the Wimpy Kid and Bunked.
As well as Jesse. He's in, that's what I know him from, is Jesse.
He's got the Komodo dragon.
Yes, he was so good.
He was so cool. I wanted a Komodo dragon.
And then he was also the
so
Cheese
bad.
Touch Kid.
Yeah.
In Diary of the Wimpy Kid.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Didn't deserve that.
No, he did. Happy birthday to all of our celebrity birthdays, and happy birthday to you guys out there as well. Is Nikki checking in? Let us know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, she's both. She is more of a Cam Newton fan, but she still likes the Panthers. Okay.
Understandably
Awesome
so.
stuff.
They have one of the coolest colorways in the NFL.
The purple, black, and silver. Not purple. I mean
like the teal.
Yeah, the teal, blue, black, and silver is a really, really fun look.
It is, and they can do so much more with that than
if
what
they could
do.
ever figure out how to put a team together.
It would be nice.
They
have gotten some good players.
One time they were able to make it to the Super Bowl, and that looked pretty good.
Yeah,
but outside of that, they've really struggled in the NFL.
Yeah.
I hope they can turn it around as they feel like they're going into full rebuild right now.
Oh, yeah.
We do have 28 balls dropped in this game. We're trying to give out a minor prize in 58 balls or less, a major prize in 56 balls or less, and a mega prize in 49 balls or less. If we miss out on all those jackpots, we do have an $130 must-go. So anyway, we're giving out some good money here. Players already 8 balls away. And we got some movies released on today. As in 2002, Snow Dogs were released, and no song will resonate in my head more to a movie connected with a movie than Who Let the Dogs Out and Snow Dogs.
Really, when I hear of Who Let the Dogs Out, I think of Beethoven.
Oh, okay.
No, Shaggy Dog.
Shaggy Dog. Yeah, they were used very heavily in those
dog movies.
In dog movies, but Snow Dogs is the one that I automatically think about.
Oh, yeah.
Next up in 2008, Cloverfield was released.
Yeah, which I didn't know it. It's actually like a trilogy. And there's like a whole other movie that was coming out that was like connected to it. But I am yet to see like all of them
I think
and
I
make
saw
the connection.
I saw the first one. I haven't watched the second two. I
watched the 10 Cloverfield Lane, where it's John.
Yes,
yeah,
I watched that.
House.
We do have a winner here, taking home a minor jackpot of $656. We got Tanya over at JR Mac. Good job, Tanya, in this final game of this Wild Wednesday. The final movie that was released on today was in 2019, Glass. Definitely an interesting one. But you guys are about to get enrolled into a little bit of Skull Bingo. While you guys are getting enrolled into that, we got a player spotlight for you. Katie over at Riverside Inn in Holly, who took home $7,528. Over at the Riverside Inn in Holly, they were supporting the Holly Firemen's Relief Association Triple Crown. And the Firefighters Relief Association exists primarily to provide a support system to the firefighters. Absolutely awesome stuff. And just a little reminder that when you guys play pilot games, your community wins.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was
Yeah.
taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
30,000, 20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It's awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
We're at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Kriesel. Really cool listening to him talking his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson!
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts, drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
G'day, mate. Aloha.
Hello.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot capes. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It's awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
We're at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous Days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Creasel. Really cool listening to him talk and his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts.
Drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
That's the bonus.
G'day, mate. Aloha.
Hello.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the pilot kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, you know, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It's awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.
at the Ledge Amphitheater in White Park, Minnesota.
I saw the Blues Brothers 2 years ago with these guys.
Blues Brothers 2 years ago was a lot of fun. Prior to that, it was the Beach Boys, and with John Stamos, it was awesome.
I have never been to a PyCon event before. This is my first time, and I am loving it.
Yeah, this is incredible. We pulled in, parked, got some free beers, amazing free food.
Famous days!
Hey everyone, Famous Dave here, smoking up the best ribs in America.
Having a great time so far. We got a picture with John Randall. It's pretty awesome.
John Randall is like my favorite.
Skol, 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 baby! Really cool seeing John Creasel. Really cool listening to him talk and his story.
This is my first PyCon, and I've had a blast.
Willie is my favorite.
I'm excited for Willie Nelson.
I grew up listening to Willie Nelson my whole life.
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Have a really nice day!
The entertainment, the people watching, cocktails, t-shirts.
Drink and eat and be with everybody.
Fabulous experience.
Either way, I don't know why you would miss this. That's all I gotta say.
He said we're making sure to come every year.
Get your butt here, man. Get your butt here.
Wah, wah, wah.
That's a bonus. Ba 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 ba.
G'day, mate. Aloha.
Hello.
This is fantastic. I've never been anything like this before.
It's almost like being in a haunted house without people jumping out at you.
The decorations are amazing. Jack wanted to get his picture next to the skeleton, and I was taking the picture. I was like, oh my gosh, that's prosciutto.
PyCon 2022. I think it's amazing. It's just wonderful. Everybody's welcoming. They're helpful. It's just so much fun.
If you get an opportunity, go for it. The people, all the different decorations, the food, just the excitement.
And then to see ZZ Top at the end of this, awesome.
We're here for ZZ Top. I'm a huge fan of ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
I love winning on the Pilot Kicks. I won $2,800 a month ago.
She won $48,000 on bingo. Yeah, baby.
I won $13.28 plus $48,000.
$30,000, $20,000 at Bleachers Bar.
We have each other pick our bonuses and, you know, for good luck or whatever. And
Everybody can kind of get in on the fun.
It was amazing. I loved it. I would come back.
It's awesome. Get me on that list. I'm here.
I will be here next year, absolutely. And you should be too.
Our mission is to serve the community. Pilot Games has given us the opportunity to provide those resources and so forth that we need to our schools, to our fire department, to our library, to organizations that help the hungry. All of those are all made possible by the Pilot Games organization.
There it is. 53 balls.